and he celebrates in his unique style. A monumental blow. And look at what it means to them.
CG United Super 50 Cup 2024 continues apace here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. It's the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force up against the Jamaica Scorpions. The weather isn't looking too clear at the moment. As a matter of fact, it has been quite inclement, torrential rainfall. I want to welcome all of you to our continued coverage of this tournament. Just reflecting then on the points standings, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force at the top of the table, the Jamaica Scorpions in number 4. So in that 4th positions, remember, the top 4 teams rather, will qualify for the semi-finals. So you want to be in that top 4. Yeah, hello and welcome everyone to our continued live coverage of the CG United Super 50 Cup 2024. As you can see in the background, it's quite rainy at the moment. Alongside me, former West Indies captain Darren Ganga. Inclement weather, it's not looking too promising, is it?
Yeah, well, we've been fortunate that we had previous matches here. It's the rainy season in Trinidad and Tobago. We've had a dry spell, and now it's raining today. We're optimistic still that we can get some play, but it's been raining, I'm told, since 3 a.m. this morning, and it continues to pour here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. The one good thing, though, is the fact that this venue drains well. So once the rain abates, the drainage will come into effect, and we'll just have to wait and see how much time we have remaining in this match to see if there's any possibility of play.
And some of the players will be looking to add to their tallies, wicket takers and run scorers. But let's focus a little bit on the wicket takers. Cariah will be looking to add to his tally of 11.
Yeah, he's been standout. Of course, he partnered Sunil Narayan last season. Now he's at the helm. In terms of him being a wrist spinner, he's experienced because he's played for the West Indies, and he's found a good partner in Cariah, who is also supporting him. So great to see him continuing his great form with the ball.
And Joel Manning caught up with him a little bit earlier. Let's hear from the man himself.
Thanks a lot for joining me, Yanic. You had a couple of days off now from the action. What have you been up to in the couple of off days that you've had?
Just resting, thinking about, preparing mentally for this game on today. We had a practice yesterday, just to fine-tune some stuff for what we need to work on and to get better.
Yeah, you talked about preparing mentally. How hard is it, I guess, to really engage that mental aspect when it comes to the game of cricket?
Sometimes it's, when you're playing for a while now, it becomes a little easier, but, understanding the players, understanding who you're playing against, you have an idea who you're playing against, and how you want to go about, and the surface you play on, and how best you're going to adapt to those situations.
Yeah, obviously you talk about surfaces, etc. Let's get into this year's tournament. 11 wickets at the moment for you. How would you say this year's tournament has gone for you?
So far it's been decent. I think I didn't play some cricket in a while. This is my first tournament in some good months. And I actually come back, and start back enjoying my cricket again. It's been fun.
Yeah, you talk about that break that you took. Coming out of that, what have you been aiming, I guess, to work on coming off the back of that?
Just for me to start back enjoying my cricket again, and play my best cricket again. It takes some time, but those games I played, those 4 games. I think 4 games. Yeah, 4 games we played so far. I think they've been fantastic so far, and I really enjoyed being back out there.
Yeah, you talk about being back. I actually want to take maybe even to the beginning of your career, so to speak. What do you think you play the game of cricket? What do you love most about this game?
I just love, the competitive, nature of the game. That brings out the best. The challenge. Cricket or sport is a live game. Life lessons. And I enjoy that. Even though I get a bat playing in this tournament, I enjoy batting a lot. So, but I actually enjoy batting and bowling. And there's the competitive nature in the sport.
Yeah, no, let's look now at your team setup in terms of the fact you have Narayan there as a mentor now being involved. Yes, you've played games alongside him, but that mentorship aspect, how much have you enjoyed having him as a mentor in the camp this year?
It's very important to have guys like that in your team. Sometimes, as players, you miss certain things, and those guys, break it down for you and make you understand it much better. So, it ease your mental state when you go to play and make you understand situations a little more better.
Yeah, final question for you. How far are you looking ahead in terms of, at the moment, are you just focusing on this tournament, or you have your mindset, getting back into West Indies colours?
No, the thing for me, every time I set myself, to enjoy cricket and play cricket, and let the results and my performance speak for itself. I don't think so far ahead. I live in the present and I live, obviously you always want to represent West Indies, you always want to play for West Indies, but I don't think so far ahead. I just think about, where I'm doing right about now, where my game is at, and how best I could help my team in any situation.
Thanks a lot for your time, Yanic.
You're welcome, man.
Yeah, difficult conditions to contend with if we do manage to get some play here today. That's just one component of cricket. The other one, your specialty, Darren, batting. What have you made about the batting effort so far?
I think generally it's been great because if you look at the top 5, 4 of the top 5, they've scored centuries, so batters are converting into 3 figures. Teams are scoring close to 300 runs. If anything, they need to push themselves a little bit more and get over that 300 marker. But generally, good and solid and a great example to follow, Justin Graves.
Yeah, and Jangoo, as you mentioned, pushed himself earlier this season to register his maiden list 800. A little bit earlier, Joel Manning was quite busy and he caught up with Jangoo.
Thanks a lot for joining me, Amir. Let's start on the fact that you now have 100 under your name. How good did it feel to get past that landmark finally?
Yeah, definitely. It's an amazing feeling. Obviously, having that monkey off my back now is really good. It's something I've always played on my mind mentally. So to get past that hurdle, it's an amazing feeling. I'm grateful for it.
Now, we have you getting past that hurdle. Let's take you to it. You fell just short of that hurdle this year as well, that 96. Talk me through the emotions of having to walk off knowing that it was almost in your hand.
Yeah, funny enough, in the 4-day season as well, I made 93 before scoring my double century. So it was a bit of deja vu. Obviously, I know in the back of my mind, though, in the tournament, I was batting really well. So I know a big score was around the corner again. So all about starting over my processes. And that's what I did in the game against Guyana. And thankfully, I got the 100.
Yeah, now let's take you back to the beginning of this year's tournament. Were the targets that you set for yourself, what, I guess, was your thinking coming into this season?
I had actually had a few conversations with Suna, Ryan, talking about goal setting and stuff like that. I wanted 350 runs, and he said, no, go for 450. And right now, I'm leading towards that goal, and I'm right there.
Yeah, so in terms of pushing yourself, because you mentioned the fact that you put yourself at around 350, he asked you to go to 450. Would you say that has been a challenge for you, I guess, to push even further beyond what you think you're comfortable with?
Yeah, it is a challenge, but at the end of the day, I think something that changed with me, and it took me throughout my career so far, is setting my standards a bit higher for myself now, going on to the next level. I really want to play for West Indies. I don't really want to be stuck at a first-class level alone. So, yeah, it's all about having those standards really high, and that's what I'm doing throughout all these tournaments now.
You talk about obviously looking towards getting to that higher level, and you spent some time, over the years playing both list A and first class. What do you think you need to do more to be able to break into that setup?
To be honest, it's all about working hard. I think my training ethics change. Mentally, I've been working on my game as well as physically as well. So it's all about being at a good shape, in a good mental space and physical space as well. But having said that, it's all about putting the numbers on the board. And I think in this stage of my career, that's what I'm focusing on doing now.
All right, this next question comes from Darren Gangano. So you're upstairs chatting over the franchises that you've played for. You had a chance to play with CCC, you've played with Leewards. How much are you enjoying now playing with your home franchise?
It's been a while playing for them now, but I think the amazing thing about this system is that you get to spend time in different environments and different cultures and getting to know a lot of people. And I think playing for CCC and playing for the Islands, it really helped my game as well, being in those environments. But it's an amazing feeling representing your country, playing with my teammates, my really close friends as well. So it's a really good feeling, and it helps me mentally as well. So yeah, it's really good.
All right, my final question for you, I asked this to Yanic as well. Why do you play the game of cricket? What do you love most about it?
To be honest, it's that feelings. There's a lot of failures, but for example, scoring a double century in first class cricket this year and scoring my first list A century, those are the times we live for, and those are the memories that you want to make, and making your family proud and just being out on the field doing what you love for a living. It's an amazing feeling, exceptional.
Thanks a lot for your time, Jangoo.
Anytime.
Yeah, I have a confession to make, folks. I'm living not too far away from the stadium, just about 25 minutes away, so I got the memo, and I'm dressed for the occasion with this rain jacket. It's not looking too good at the moment, but hopefully, fingers crossed, things will change. Take a short break, and on the other side, we'll keep you updated.
Not the best scenes here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. At this time, we should have been shaping up for this matchup between the Jamaica Scorpions and the home side, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Instead, we're putting on our boots and hoping not to get too wet here. In terms of the standings leading into this one, the Red Force, they're standing out there tall on 48 points. And we look along that table, Barbados Pride, Hurricane, Scorpions, all positioned heading towards the semi-finals coming up here in Trinidad in a couple days' time. Obviously, still matches left for CCC and the West Indies Academy and the Volcanoes. So this is the story right now, not much to tell you about. So let's take you back to something a little more exciting and a little brighter as well. A matchup between Guyana and the Windward Volcanoes. Oh, this looks good, this looks close, and this is indeed out. That's the wicket they wanted, and that's the man that did it. That's Nell Smith, he's got another.
That's a big wicket. Straight on, hitting the back leg, caught in the crease, and no problems whatsoever for umpire Gustard, raising a dreaded finger, and that's the wicket they needed. He was really holding them up, this cards. He's gone for a well played 60. Windward Volcanoes 139 for 6.
Just as soon as we were talking about building and continuing that partnership, well, a wicket fell and it's brought Ryan John to the crease. He's certainly no slouch with the bat. I've seen him on quite a few occasions. I've seen how destructive he can be as well. He's played some longer innings here and there at the first class level.
tonight in this shorter format. What can he do with the bat? And be up against a man who's now picked up 3 wickets. He's been the chief destroyer in Niall Smith. When called upon, he's answered his captain's call. Now the twist in the tail here tonight. Earlier on, you saw pace on from him, from Niall Smith. You saw movement. That last wicket, we saw pace off from him. It was that pace off that brought about the destruction, or rather the dismissal of Descartes. Yeah, beaten all ends up, and that celebration, we might see it quite a few more times in this tournament. Gets off the mark with that one, John. We've seen some 6.3 overs so far from Niall Smith, Sakurt. What do you think he's been so effective here tonight?
Balls in good areas. Keep the batsman guessing. He's been asking questions almost every delivery. And that's his strength. Hit the pitch fairly hard as well. He's got a very easy approach to the crease, very effortless. Doesn't use a lot of energy in his approach, which is so important for any fast bowler. Fast bowling, one of the ingredients is rhythm. And if you got a smooth, relaxed approach, you used less energy as opposed to some bowlers who really fight to get to the crease, expend a lot of energy. Now, Smith isn't one of those. Very smooth, relaxed approach.
So interesting that I would like to say back in your day, Sakurt, you would look more so for someone with height. He's certainly not a tall man, is Niall Smith.
Good strong action as well. Not a tall man, as you quite rightly mentioned. That is why it's so important to have the skills. Malcolm Marshall, the late great, comes to mind.
Some work to be done for the man on the boundary. He does it well. The end of 26, 142 for 6. Certainly consider them to be the faithful supporters of West Indies cricket here taking in. They did like full action. The first game that we're having here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy in this year's CG United Super 50. Quite some more to come right here and all around beautiful Trinidad and Tobago. What's also to come is this man, the leading wicket taker in Super 50 action, is Versami Pramal. He's got 1 wicket to his name so far. Can he pick up another? Heard them say it. They're looking to build pressure. John, though, looking for runs, looking to keep up with the required rate of 5.54. So hard to hit him off his lengths for Sami Pramal. And get across to that one to get a single. Brings Douglas back into strike. Have to go through that phase again of building another partnership here. Similar to how they went about it, because that last partnership, in the face of what was the wicket still falling, it was going at pretty much a run of ball between Descartes and Douglas. So need something similar here, this pair.
They certainly have the time, and more importantly, they have the overs to get to the 275 that's needed. However, there are only 4 wickets remain, so this partnership is going to be crucial. They won't want to lose another wicket anytime soon. So it's so important that Douglas, who's batting really well, continues, and John, who just now got to the crease, wide call. Another big partnership is going to be extremely important.
Getting a little too straight on that occasion, Pramal. Certainly understand he's not looking to give Douglas much room. In fact, not looking to give any of these right-handed batters much room, cramping them on that angle. Bit of a bluff there. Did it stick in the hand, or did he see something? It's the 1 ball to go now in this Pramal over to close out his 7th. Can consider 2 there. Quite comfortable in the end. 4 runs from that Pramal over. It's 146 for 6. And it's time for Blue Waters drinks break. The position of the chase at the moment, 146 for 6. Windward Islands Volcanoes. Things didn't start well for them, and you can see those runs there in that middle phase there. Descartes, he was fantastic, the last wicket to go for 60. Douglas, though, he's still there on 41 from 54, and he's got partners there in Ryan John. Denver still to come as well. Here are the wickets to fall. Niall Smith got into the act quite early, and he got Pascal on debut gone. The experienced Hodge, he was next to go. And then Solazano, the easiest of return catches there. Then came Ali Mohammed after what was a good partnership. And of course that experienced man in Pramal, he had a part to play as well. And once again, Niall Smith, the last man to go in Descartes, being outfoxed by Smith. 6 wickets to go down for the Volcanoes. Quite a good looking bowling card, you would say, if the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Smith, he's chief destroyer on top of the table there with his 3 wickets. Kemo Paul, he's got 1, Pramal 1, and Ali Mohammed, the other wicket taker as well. target. 275 is what the Volcanoes are after. Imlak, the captain, he stood quite tall. And Kimo Paul added some impetus and some fire at the end of the innings with that 54 not out from 29 deliveries to get them up to what looks to be a quite formidable total. Well, a bit of work there for Descartes after he put out his work there on the field. You would have hoped to still have been out there, but no, it is up to Douglas and John. And they're still ahead. Now that's the interesting thing. They've been going at a wonderful rate, these Volcanoes, but their wickets probably have been falling at a wonderful rate if you're the Ghana Harpy Eagles. Can they find the momentum to get themselves to the end? Smith after the break. Been on the money, and he's been praised quite highly from one of the best to ever do it alongside of me in Sir Curtly Ambrose. But yeah, those bowling figures of 3 for 26 from 7.1 really tell the story of a man who's enjoying the conditions here in the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
He wasn't selected initially in the squad, but he's in as a replacement for Ransford Beaton, and he's really showing his worth. Really doing a good job for his team. Niall Smith. That wonderful partnership between Descartes and Douglas. He came back and got rid of the dangerous Descartes. What a game he's having, Niall Smith. Certainly is an uphill task from here on in for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. They were ahead of the run rate, but they kept losing too many wickets. And that has been the problem. They're 6 down. And they're desperate for another big partnership right here and now. They've got the overs to do it.
Yeah, certainly the moment of inspiration. You can probably take it from the performances that they've been putting together in the first class tournament, because you've seen the improvements from the Windwards across the first class setup. List A, though, has not taken a similar path or a similar picture to their first class performances. So maybe today could be that day that they turn around. They're quite a mile ahead in terms of runs at the moment, the Volcanoes. Do they have enough in the tank to get themselves over the line? Oh, a late call. In the end, they get safely home. You're just sensing a lapse in concentration in the field, and capitalizing on it was Ryan John. As you can say, pretty much he was in control of that single by the end of it.
It was a good thing his partner responded. If he didn't, John would have been in serious trouble. So he was in full flight. Captain Kelvin Imlak must be a happy man. Lead his troops very well. 28 overs gone, 148 for 6.
Of course, CG United Super 50 action continues tomorrow right here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. With this matchup, the Pride, they take on the Scorpions to get their campaigns underway. We'll be here bright and early for that. Can't wait to get on my bed for that one, securely, I tell you.
If you don't see me in the morning, don't call me.
Yeah, the action promises to be good in that one. A couple faces coming back into the fold. John Campbell will be leading that Jamaica Scorpion side. Barbados Pride having a new skipper in Kyle Mears. So a lot to talk about and a lot to watch tomorrow. Make sure to tune into that one. Gets inventive and reaps the full reward for that one. A much needed boundary. First boundary in 45 deliveries for them.
Reverse sweep was a full toss, so he had no problems putting it away. Just eluded that fielder.
Well, this is Dylan Douglas, 4 away from what will be his first list A half century. And if he is to get to that landmark, he will deserve it. He stood tall in the face of pressure from the Harpy Eagles. He came out when his team were in a spot of bother and put together a partnership of 80 plus with Descartes. Can he put a smile on his face tonight? Get himself a half century. Ball changed and we're back to the action. Takes him just one closer to what will certainly be a special moment for him. I know that some back home have to be watching as well and have a smile on their face. What is it like, you know, you have people at home just, I guess, cheering you on and knowing that they're watching you?
It's always a nice feeling when you've garnered support, not only from family and friends, but cricket lovers in general. When they meet you on the street or wherever and they compliment you about the performances over the years, it's always a nice feeling that you make them proud.
Oh, an almost lapse in concentration there maybe from John. Could have maybe produced the wicket, but hey, at the end of 29, 153 for 6. Yeah, probably just a bit more bunks than John expected as well on that one. You saw a bit of a gesture from him after that. No harm, no foul done in the end though.
Maiden 50 for Douglas. It's a special moment for the young man. He's played a very, very good hand. Played ball on merit primarily. Didn't allow the pressure of wickets falling affect him. And he continues to motor on in this run chase. Well played.
Well-deserved 50 for Dylan Douglas. Sensation Douglas. Full of confidence. Earlier this year, he would have played a couple practice games against Nepal, in which he scored 2 half centuries. Certainly would have given him the confidence playing and getting those half centuries against an international team. Now he's done it for his side, Volcanoes. In his second, let's say, game.
Seems to handle pressure. Quite relaxed in his demeanor.
Nothing.
And you can always tell how confident a batter is by the way they're throwing the gum, can't you?
It's a nice cue. Shown a wide array of strokes as a batter. Good skill set. And his ability to play spin. Hits the ball primarily with that vertical bat, and then when he commits to playing the reverse sweep and the conventional sweep, he gets himself into good positions. Doesn't seem to premeditate when he's batting, so that's a very good habit to have.
Impressive thing, this not short selection and confidence against spin bowling, against slow bowling. It has been a problem in West Indies cricket for a long time. So it's very pleasing to see Mr. coming up with a way to negate the impact of slow bowling.
Lovely.
Just love the way that Douglas has been able to manage risks. 161 for 6. Can the Volcanoes navigate the remaining overs and get to this target? It's not going on to hit. Sliding down in my estimation. Duncan Williams, the umpire, in agreement.
Play leg as well. It's the half a few. Very hard to eat this.
If the Volcanoes are to get this, they will have to continue to negotiate the turn on offer. As on that occasion, they'll need Douglas to maybe get to 3 figures and bat all the way to the end of this run chase. Batters like Ryan John and the others to come will have to support Douglas, ensure that they rotate strike, they sustain their innings and stitch together partnerships. 113. That's the amount of runs remaining in this chase.
Hit. Great mental fortitude. Volcanoes to surpass this total set and win this game. Again, did have a mental skills coach in their preparation camp.
Wait on.
We focus on dealing with pressure. Well under pressure in this situation.
Remember we saw Guyana Harpy Eagles accumulate 118 runs in the last 10 overs. Is that reverse again executed nicely, and he gets 4. So a wonderful end to the over. 166 for 6. Focus on the right of screen. Manhattan's in that last 10 overs. Evidence of the run scoring by the Guyana Harpy Eagles at the back end of the innings. Volcanoes wouldn't need 118 of the last 10. Need a further 109, so equation a little bit easier. Not a lot of heavy lifting required. Wickets in hand will be key.
Douglas would have to lead the charge, but of course he does have a capable partner in Ryan John. For the 100 Super 50 championship.
Another fumble. Another boundary and runs flowing easily for the Volcanoes. Well, Savory using the wrong technique, not getting down, putting his body behind the line of the ball. A subpar fielding effort, you can see, from the Harpy Eagles.
Giving away quite a few runs. 13 extras, a couple of misfields, which went all the way to the boundary when they should have been dot deliveries.
This card was dropped twice by Matthew Nandu off the bowling of Kimo Paul. This card was finally dismissed for 60 after he had that wonderful partnership with Dylan Douglas, partnership that produced 81. He's had a few fumbles in the field as well, Matthew Nandu. Single, another fumble. So Ryan Hercules, the coach of this Guyana Harpy Eagles team, will need to focus a little more intensely on this aspect of the game.
Jamal Savory again with the misfield. It was a run-out opportunity, but he could not collect cleanly. He just took his eyes off the ball at the very last moment. Myers were able to cross for an easy single in the end.
So close to that off stump. 7 from the over, 173 for 6. And did this keep a little bit low? Should John been on his front foot as against playing back? And those are the partnership. 81, the largest in that batting effort by the Volcanoes. Required rate still in check, just under a runner ball required.
Still extracting quite a bit of turn, using the angle on the crease really well, bowling from wide of the crease, angling it in, then getting it to spin away quite prodigiously.
It's the slowness of the delivery as well. These two a little slower, flighted and angled into the right-hander. There is that flight. Maybe a mis-stumping. We'll have to look at this again. So Pamal creating an opportunity.
Three deliveries left until he completes his quarter, but that one spun a mull, perhaps too much for wicketkeeper Tevin in luck to collect cleanly and effective stumping. Pace is key.
Too short. There is the guile that Rosami Pamal produces. And that back leg out. That popping crease. Flight and turn once more. Beautifully bowled by Versame Pamal. 174 for 6. Pamal just completing his quota of 10. 1 for 45. We didn't see a slip in place, but very good effort from the veteran left-arm spinner Pamal. Five wickets going to the seamers for the Guyana Harpy Eagles in this defense. Pamal with that wicket, 1 for 45, just completing his quota of 10 in the last over. Still no slip.
Devin Sinclair back into the attack. Has been fairly expensive so far, Sinclair. Hurt and Douglas both played him quite well. He used the sweep shot and the reverse sweep to him utilizing the pace that he offers.
It's not the type of surface that you can blast the opposition batters out. Requires a bit of patience, tactfulness, and possibly strategy as a bowler.
Captain in that would be asking Sinclair to try to string together a few dot deliveries. Pressure on the batters and perhaps create a false stroke.
Listen to an interview by Carrie Pear after the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force defeated combined campuses and colleges. He spoke about the difference in his second spell when he picked up 4 wickets. His use of pace variations, his more venturous approach to bowling, more enterprise in his skill set use. Maybe something that the Guyana Harpy Eagles spinners will have to deploy. Oftentimes players are given a primary role of being defensive, being economical as a bowler, but the situation warrants you to have a little more enterprise. Another delivery outside the line of the off stump. 177 for 6. Guyana Harp Eagles, after 34 overs, they were 123 for 4. Volcanoes way ahead in terms of runs. A comparison after 34 overs, Volcanoes 177. Harp Eagles, they were 123 for 4 and finished on 274. Very robust end to the innings. Timo Paul was very destructive with his 6-hitting skills. Harp Eagles picked up 3 wickets in that first power play. If they pick up 5 wickets in the second power play, will secure themselves a bowling point. What they could also make use of is this excellence with the ball we've seen from Niall Smith. If he is to pick up a further wicket and finish with 4 at under an economy of 6 runs, will secure another bowling point. So many considerations there for Guyana from a bowling point of view. Here's Niall Smith. 3 for 28 so far, with 2 overs remaining in his complement of 10. Bit of that on that occasion, so very good decision. My umpire Jacqueline Williams. 179 for 6.
Big inside edge onto the pads. Excellent decision once more by umpire Jacqueline Williams.
There's 5 overs remaining in this second power play. Getting more into rhythm as an off spinner.
So many right-handed batters meet, or so many batters meet when they're facing St. Clair, is they play him for spin. Doesn't turn too many balls unless there is a lot of purchase in the wicket.
Just working away on that outside off stump line, just trying to change the intensity of revs on the ball to extract turn at times, run the ball straight to the right-handers. It's currently going at an economy of about 6.5. Kevin Sinclair. Way too high, you'd think, for a finger spinner who's supposed to have more control and better economy. It's a little change in the field, so regulation mid-wicket comes to straight mid-wicket, maybe enticing the batter to play more across the line of the ball. John goes straight and gets a single.
Yeah, good cricket on both sides. Very good field placement by Kevin Sinclair, but also very well played by Ryan John, not falling for the trap. Still playing it with the full face of the bat.
Sometimes when you're trying to entice that full stroke, you can use a short mid-on and use a wide-ish long-on. He's gone for it. That sounded really good. Strikes it over the boundary line, gets 6 for his side. So this is smart batting once more by Douglas.
Yeah, his first maximum to go, along with 8 boundaries struck by Douglas, and growing in confidence as this innings goes on. Tossed up a bit slower by Kevin Sinclair, trying to lure him into a shot, but he comes out on top, Douglas.
And the intentional closing of the blade to get the ball wide of long on, very good to see.
Also really got his way into that shot. Dot delivery to end the over. 9 from it. Volcanoes 188 for 6.
Still that required rate in check. This partnership now 49, so backing up the previous partnership of 81 between Descartes and Douglas. Some regard action with the bat from the Volcanoes. So very good intensity in the running, very good awareness as well from these two batters.
And those 2 runs take the partnership beyond 50. 51 runs from 69 deliveries, so very healthy strike rate as well. The communication between the two.
Good to also see Ryan John adjust to this longer format of the game. Of course, he was with Antigua and Barbuda Falcons in the Caribbean Premier League, showing very good application with the bat. Hasn't allowed the situation to get the better of him. Haven't seen a rash stroke from him so far. He's 11 from 35. He recognizes his role in this partnership and the support required for Douglas.
Managed to strike the ball down to long on quite easily as well. Be minimizing risk.
192 for 6. Which bowler will find the next wicket for Tevin Imlach and the Guyana Harpy Eagles? 6 options used so far. Niall Smith, the standout bowler so far.
Nothing.
Was the ball slightly damp from the dew? Makes it a little bit easier for batting. The ball slides on, there's an extra skid and skip off the surface. Bowlers nowadays, they're accustomed to gripping a damp ball, so that is not a very significant challenge for bowlers. Was that close enough? Yes, says the umpire. Patrick Gustard thinks he's struck across the line, and that would have gone on to hit the stumps. So the breakthrough comes from a delivery ball by Kevin Sinclair.
Yeah, and on this occasion, he goes across the line of that delivery. Perhaps was heading down the leg side. I think he was a bit unfortunate on that occasion. But nonetheless, Kevin Sinclair is pumped right up. And he is happy that he's able to get the breakthrough and break this partnership, which was growing quite rapidly. Ryan John has to walk back for 12 runs. Volcanoes 193 for 7.
Daryl Cyrus now with a huge task of scoring these remaining runs. Alongside his partner, of course, a well-set Douglas. Beat this one. Was this delivery sliding down the leg side? The angle suggests might have been sliding down the leg side.
Seem to have pitched around leg stump and be sliding even further down. And you can just see the wicketkeeper heading down the leg side to take it. Unfortunate for Ryan John, in my estimation.
Sinclair will say he's made his impact with the ball. Wicket and 4 runs from the over, 196 for 7. Equation a little bit more difficult for the Volcanoes. Having only 3 wickets in hand, they need a further 79 in this run chase. Douglas will carry the hopes with his batting form.
Bit single, chance for a run out, and had he hit, he would have been gone, Darryl Cyrus. But again, an opportunity goes a begging.
It's a little bit late to respond. His partner wanted a single, his head was down. Cyrus didn't seem to care about that.
I'm just looking at the mode in which Ashmi Ned is operating in comparison to what we saw from Veerasammy Pramal. And as I say that, and I'm about to explain exactly what I mean, he tosses one up. Just think he's been a bit too flat and fast. Perhaps a lot of that stemming from the fact that he normally bowls in the power play, where the ball is not expected to turn that much. He's played a lot of T20 cricket as well. But we have seen, or at least we had seen, lots of purchase from Veerasammy Pramal when he slowed it right up. He got the ball to bounce and turn away from the right-handed batters. We haven't seen any turn from Ashmi Ned. I think it's perhaps worth it even more to the new batter in Darryl Cyrus. Slow it up and get a slip in, and there's a chance for you to take that additional wicket and get that bonus point for your side.
Looking with the guile from the spinner. His ability to flight the ball, to turn the ball, use the angles, go wide, get closer to the stump with his release. The 200 comes up for the Volcanoes, so they inch closer to this target.
It's just been a bit too one-dimensional so far, Ashmi Ned.
Fires this one in. 200 for 7. Just dipping a bit with the fall of the last 2 wickets. That tempo to the innings just diminishing slightly. That's a fine stroke. Very, very good stroke from Douglas. A pickup shot, properly timed and dispatched.
The second time he's hit a maximum, both coming off Kevin Sinclair, and both in a similar direction, albeit the first one was swept beyond the boundary. This time he keeps his shape and flicks it over deep mid wicket.
Just comes across as an uncomplicated batter. Simple in his approach, simple in his technique. It's as though he focuses fiercely on the ball. He watches the ball all the way onto his bat. He's got good hands too. Seems to not overthink as well, Douglas. All great qualities to have as a batter.
And he also seems to understand the game well and understand situations and just what's required in the situation. From the time he came out, He's played the situation well.
Not batting like a number 7 batter, I tell you that. 85 already from 92, remember. It's maiden half century in List A cricket. It will be a joy for him and his supporters for him to convert this to 3 figures.
Nothing.
Will be willing his partner Darryl Cyrus on to stay with him.
Just one delivery to try and secure another wicket. Guyana Harpy Eagles for them to take an additional bowling point. Not to be. 10 runs from the over. End of this second power play. It's 210 for 7. Right, will we see a type of finish we saw in the last 10 overs? So the Guyana Harpy Eagles really dominate with the bat in the last 10. That's a single, so runs continue to flow for the Windward Islands Volcanoes.
And we see batters looking comfortable, at least more comfortable against the spinners in this Harpy Eagles attack. Just when we see the reintroduction of pace. So many options for Captain Kevin Inlock. Now Smith still has 2. All 6. Ali Mohammed 6 as well.
Surprised he hasn't returned with Kimo Paul. Kimo Paul only bowling 4 overs, 1 for 19. Maybe 2 to 3 over spell might be the solution for another wicket for Guyana.
Even Ali Mohammed, who only bowled 1 spell. Kimo Paul split those 4 overs in 2 spells. Has to be careful not to let Volcanoes into too good of a position and then reintroduce the pacers. I thought perhaps that was a mistake on the part of Sunil Ambrose. We saw Ryan John bowl 4 overs for 13 runs and then was not reintroduced until the 48th over. Ended up paying for it in that final over. Came back home and the batters were well set.
There's a process to wicket taking. Kevin Imlach will have to focus on it. At the moment, runs coming easily on both sides of the wicket. Has to try and find a way of stringing together a few dot deliveries, creating some pressure, more so for the less reputable Darryl Cyrus. Cyrus new to the crease, so you want to put more pressure on him as a batter. Single.
Probably shouldn't have been a single. Cyrus making it quite easily.
So 5 from the over. End of the 41st. It's 2:15 for 7. $215 for 7. 60 more needed in 54 deliveries. Huge shout from Kevin Sinclair. No interest from umpire Patrick Gustard. This has been a superb innings from young Douglas. Outside the line, clearly outside the line. Simple decision for Patrick Gustard. Dylan Douglas from St. Vincent, keeping his team in the contest. Hasn't gotten too much support during the course of this innings. Can Cyrus stay with him? The closer they get to this target score, the more pressure will be on the Guyana Harpy Eagles. They know, though, that one wicket gets them closer to registering their first victory. Just a single. Secretly Ambrose alongside me. How impressive has Dylan Douglas been in your estimation?
Very impressive. The last time I was on air with Joel, he asked me the same question, my thoughts on him. And I said that he looked to be in control. Seemed to have a calm head on his shoulders, considering the pressure he was under when he first came out to bat. And he has batted extremely well up to this point. He's progressed nicely to 88, only 12 runs away from 100. And he certainly deserved to get there. Have some problems again with the ball, young Badri. Are they going to change it again? Is it the dew factor? All the umpires second time they're looking at the ball. He plays some delightful shots, some innovative ones as well. He was brutal on anything that's loose. Maiden 50 in this form. He's well on his way for to 100, young Badri.
Yeah, his strike rate as well, over 90. If he can get to his century in 111 deliveries or less, he will get himself and his team a bonus point. Mentioned that his proudest moment so far, as we see some good running between the wickets. Moves on to the 90s now, Dylan Douglas. He wanted to immediately, even though he's been there for a long time. Good judgment. and got there comfortably in the end. His proudest cricketing moment so far is when he scored 2 half-centuries against Nepal in a 3-match series against St. Vincent and the Grenadines just before the recently held T20 World Cup here in the region. Saw him play one list A game a few years ago, and since then has been in the wilderness, back in for this tournament this time around. And what a start, 90 from 99.
But what happened between that time and now? Just seemed to be in exile. 42 overs gone, 219 for 7.
Well played, really expertly placed, using the pace of the delivery, and Cyrus gets himself a boundary. 52 needed in 47 deliveries.
Getting very interesting. That was cleverly played by Cyrus. Played it extremely late. Knew exactly where he wanted to play it. And the Happy Eagles are under a little bit of pressure at the moment. 31 partnership from 29 deliveries. So the Volcanoes are really making a fight of this. This could be an interesting finish, one way or the other.
Ned, it is 9th over, wicketless so far. Only his second list A match. He's played with a certain level of maturity that belies his experience. Simply sensational from Dylan Douglas. Can he take his team over the line? That's the question. That's the assignment for him. He's done all of the hard work. Cyrus in partnership with him now, a partnership worth 30. Just inching ever so closer to this target. Still a long way away though, 52. Thanks in the main to that partnership between the Happy Eagles captain and Kimo Paul, and that acceleration at the back end. Quick single keeps the strike. There is an appeal. Just wonder if the umpire wants to have a look at it. Yes, he does. It seems to be okay though. At first glance, he doesn't seem to be concerned whatsoever, Douglas. But we'll just have another look to make assurance doubly sure. Very close. Might be closer than we think. Is the bail dislodged? The stumps are disturbed, but it's when the bails are completely dislodged. This is very, very tight. Ryan Banwari, the television umpire, has a difficult decision to make here. You folks at home looking on, you can make your own decisions, but the bales must be completely dislodged. It's not like the LED stumps when it lights up. If it was that, you'd have been gone for sure. Good feeling though, really good feeling. A little bit of, I suppose, being casual there at the end. Is he safe?
Certainly was a lot closer than I thought. And look at the angle of where he's running, making it a lot. It's extremely close, unless the TV umpire is absolutely sure. Can't give him, but that's extremely close, young Badri. What's your take?
I don't want to give a decision, but I think he's gone. I think that he's short. I think that being casual there might have cost him. You look at when the ball makes contact with the stumps, he's just short, and at that point the bale was dislodged. And so that decision will come eventually from the third umpire, the television umpire. Yes, there it is. Quite unfortunate for Dylan Douglas to be dismissed via the run-out route in only his second list day match on 90. This is heartbreak. He's crestfallen. Take nothing away from his efforts. He is congratulated by the opposition. It's nice to see 90 from 100 deliveries. It was a splendid effort, but in the end, falling agonizingly close to that landmark would have been a maiden list day century, not to be. And so the Windward Islands Volcanoes lose another. They lose their 8th, 223 for 8. New batter for the Volcanoes, Kenneth Demba not on strike. Cyrus is. I just wonder what the approach will be now with these two at the crease. The very well set Douglas just dismissed, so Cyrus will perhaps take the leadership role. But how unfortunate was that run out secretly?
Very, very unfortunate. It was a cheeky single to start with. Good flow by Pamal. It was very, very close, and in the end, heartbroken when he saw that dreaded finger. Played extremely well, and what a way to go by the run-out route. And with his dismissal, is that the end of the Volcanoes in terms of the chase to get to 275? "50 runs needed from 41 deliveries. 2 wickets in hand. Game still on. But it's going to take some doing from both Cyrus and now Demba.
Yeah, before that dismissal, it perhaps was game in the balance, but it has shifted considerably now, tilted in the favor of the Guyana Happy Eagles. Some cramps for Niall Smith. He's suffered with that throughout the course of this game. Quite humid earlier today. Day night contest, the first match here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. 2 wickets away from victory. They drilled straight back past him. Has protection in the deep, should get a couple. Good running again. Still have belief, still have that hope, the Volcanoes.
A couple of boundaries could change the complexion of the game again. Had a good game, Niall Smith.
They've been a little bit sloppy in the field generally, the Happy Eagles. A couple opportunities going a begging, some misfield, showing some signs of rust perhaps. It's the first game of the tournament. Fernando putting down a couple. Kemal Savory with a few run-out opportunities. So it's something that they'll be looking to improve as they go deeper into this tournament. Just wonder if too the approach in the first 10 might change, having seen the way this game went. Another quick single. The Brian Lara Cricket Academy now the focal point for this tournament and for cricket in the southern part of Trinidad. Prior to the construction of this stadium, when it was opened in 2017, the hub of cricket in South Trinidad was across the highway, not too far from here, Guaracara Park. In the air, does it go all the way? Yes, it does. Good connection from Cyrus. His first 6 of the night.
Short delivery from Niall Smith. Just stood up. And Cyrus had all the time in the world to hit it wherever he wanted to. Hit it high and hard over mid-wicket for maximum. And immediately, a fielder is put into that position. Is he going to try a short one again? Or is it going to be a double bluff?
Twelve runs from that over, 44 gone, 235 for 8. Needed from 36 deliveries, or alternatively 2 wickets needed by the Happy Eagles. In any tournament, you want to get off to a good start, a winning start, get those points on the board, register some bonus points along the way as well. Ned continues. Mentioning Guaracara Park, across the highway secretly, and that very familiar smell of the Pointe-a-Pierre refinery. It was the hub of activities, cricketing activities, southern games as well. No longer in operation, but so many wonderful memories, wonderful cricket matches played there first-class cricket, list A cricket, domestic T20 competitions as well. All of the entertainment that went along.
Yeah.
The fans were quite close in the gap. Really good batting once again. It will challenge the boundary. In fact, it gets there. So this is good. Really good from Demba. Really good from the Volcanoes.
They are not giving up. The Volcanoes, they still believe they can get over the line. And they are making a good run at it. Looks like we're going to be into an exciting finish here, young Badri. Shaping up to be that way. Speaking of Gawakar Park, that was my second game for the Leeward Islands. First was in Guyana in 1986. Didn't play in 87. Well, I wasn't selected in 87. Then came back in 88, played my second game here. It wasn't the most pleasant of games. Not my overall performance. I got 6 wickets in the match. But your good friend, Mr. Clyde Cumberbatch, called me once for an illegal action.
I continue to hear these types of stories whenever you're around. I heard Darren Ganga mentioning one in Jamaica, in Alpart, a little bit earlier on, and now being called for an illegal action at Gawakar Park.
Once, and I bowled like almost 40 overs in the match. That's how it was. I also heard why that happened, but we won't get into it. We'll leave it as it is.
Suppose you didn't have to go through any sort of testing and to clear yourself, as is the case these days. I've seen quite a few players with that action having been called and going through the testing in the various labs to ensure that their, I suppose, action is deemed legal, and have since returned and resumed playing, whether it is at the first class level, list A level, or in international cricket. So things have certainly changed from a scientific standpoint with regard to that.
Certainly. And in the same year, a couple of months later, I made the West Indies senior team. Ran into your good friend Mr. Clyde Cumberbatch again at Queen's Park Oval. Came up to me and said, "Good morning, Mr. Ambrose. How are you?" I said, "I'm fine. I'm still around." And I left it at that. That's when I first saw a young Brian Lara as well. Knew straight away that he had a lot of potential and the ability. Very small at the time, the pads like up under his armpits. He turned out okay, didn't he? That's the end of over number 45, 241 for 8.
Yeah, a certain level of consistency with that maroon worm from the Windward Island Volcanoes. You can see almost a straight line as compared to the green one. They had a slow start, slow through the middle, but at the back end is where they really accelerated. Now, as you so rightly pointed out, Secretly, it's shaping up to be an exciting finish, and just the way we like it as well. 34 from 30 needed. The off spinner, Kevin Sinclair, back into the attack. A couple overs of his remaining. You can see there Niall Smith with 3 wickets. If he can get another 4 wickets for less than 60, if you complete your allocation of 10 overs, gets you a bowling point, bonus point. Singles will do it, odd boundary here or there, and the closer they get to this target, might just bring a little bit of anxiousness in the Guyana Happy Eagles bowlers and bring about some mistakes. Who can keep their cool, who can absorb the pressure. Kevin Sinclair with his international experience, how important will that play? Just a single.
They certainly are fighting the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Cyrus, 27 from 25 deliveries. Playing well, keeping his team in the hunt. Denver 7 from 7. 21 partnerships so far from 14 deliveries. Pushing for 2, are they going to get it? Yes. Quite comfortably in the end.
Yeah, another misfield. We've seen quite a few. And this time it cost them not one but a couple crucial runs at a crucial stage in the innings. Spare thought for Tyson, the debutant, who's in the dugout, next man in. Cleaned him up around his legs and trying to play it down to fine leg, missed it completely and completely flummoxed by Kevin Sinclair. An important wicket, the 9th for the Happy Eagles.
That's the one they needed. He was looking well, Cyrus. Trying to be a little too cute. Lost his leg stump. And the familiar celebration from Kevin Sinclair. Cyrus is gone for 29. Windward Islands Volcanoes, 245 for 9.
New batter Gillan Tyson, the debutant for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. 30 still required. Edge will go towards the boundary. Will it get there? Yes, it does. Fortuitous boundary. Gets off the mark. First runs for Tyson.
Off the outside edge. But 4 valuable runs for the Volcanoes. The equation is now 26 needed from 25 deliveries. Basically a run a ball. That was the fall of the last wicket. And look at the celebration.
Cartwheeling Kevin Sinclair. Always a bit of trepidation when I see him do that in terms of injuries. 250 for 9. Successful over from Kevin Sinclair, that last over, getting rid of Cyrus Bowl around his legs. 250 up for the Volcanoes. No team has won chasing 250 or more at this venue. And of course, they haven't beaten the Guyana Harp Eagles at this venue in 3 previous attempts. So history against them. Ali Mohammed back into the attack. Looks good, Tyson. What's the requirement now? 24 from 23.
A couple of boundaries now could change that equation significantly. But the Guyana Harp Eagles would be the more confident of the two teams. Only need 1 wicket to take this game. Trouble here. Is he going to get in? Yes. That would have been close had it been a direct hit.
You wanted to from the get-go. Direct hits would have had him in trouble. Just slightly off target. Gets the strike back, Demba. 22, run a ball now, 22 from 22. And that's in the gap. And immediately he said that's 4. So good batting from Demba. Pressure on the Harp Eagles. 18 now required.
That was a good shot from Demba. Placed it perfectly. Timing was good. 4 welcome runs. A little bit of pressure now on Ali Mohammed. As I mentioned a few moments ago, young Badri, that a couple of boundaries could change equation significantly. That's one of them. What will Ali Mohammed follow-up delivery be?
Really good batting from the 30-year-old Vincentian in at Demba. Partnership with the debutant, 13 from 6 deliveries. And as you can see on screen, there's 17 required from 20 balls, 1 wicket in hand. This game has seesawed, it's ebbed and flowed. One way, then the next. 1 wicket though, 1 wicket away. Nail-biting stuff. Another high full toss, not high enough though, I think, for the umpires to be interested. And that's the other thing that teams will be considering when they play these day-night fixtures. The dew in the second innings, we've seen a few ball changes already. And the second delivery like that, but just low enough, so he's gotten away. But you see the fielders with their rags trying to dry the seam. Umpires are having a look to confirm whether or not this is in fact a no ball for height. Seems to be okay from my position. He's out of his crease to start with. And remember, he has to be in an upright position. The ball, the trajectory of the ball is downwards as well. So for my part, I think that's okay. Television umpire once again being called into play. I think that they're convinced that it is a fair delivery, but very close. You don't want to be bowling no balls and giving free hits at this stage of the innings. One delivery left in the over. Cross seam now. In the air, down the ground, fielder just short. Gets a single. 9 runs from the 47, 259 for 9. Exciting stuff, captivating stuff here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Opening match at this venue. Opening day of Super 50 action. 16 from 18. Kevin Sinclair in for his final over. A couple wickets for 62 runs. Got a wicket the last time he bowled. Slip in position. So still looking to be attacking. Debutant Gillan Tyson on strike. He's 7 from 5. Couple changes in terms of personnel in the field. Deep mid wicket, long on, deep backward square. The fielder's leg side, long off, and point on the boundary. Easy single. Nice and controlled and composed from the debutant.
This is good cricket from both Denver and Tyson. They're not trying anything too risky. Picking up the ones, picking up the twos, the odd boundary.
He's just looking to fire that one in. That's how he got the wicket in his previous over. Quicker delivery, looking to slide on. And with the moisture on the ball, might just get some additional pace off the surface. 58 for 5 at one stage, the Windward Islands Volcanoes, and at that point the writing was on the wall, but a wonderful partnership and an exceptional knock of 90 has gotten them to this position. Another easy single.
Still looking to get these runs. Tyson and Denver. Easy single in the end. There's Sammy Pamal at backward point. Not the quickest mover. And they're chipping away at these runs. Denver and Tyson. 13 from 13.
Final delivery of the innings from Kevin Sinclair. Is this the delivery that seals the victory for the Guyana Happy Eagles? Or can the Volcanoes get these 13 runs that are needed? 13 from 13. He just wants to make sure that the seam of the delivery is quite dry. We've had a few changes already. I'm trying to convince the umpire perhaps for another change. little bit of byplay, just delaying things a bit. He just wants to make sure that he's ready, and he is. So he's off. All along the ground. Another one, another single. One by one, they're saying 263 for 9. Needed from 12 deliveries. Where is he turning? Tevin Imlach in terms of bowlers. He's used 6 so far throughout the course of this innings. Purmall has bowled out, so too Kevin Sinclair and Ashmead Ned. So his spinners have completed their allocation of overs. Niall Smith, it seems, the man entrusted with the penultimate over, 3 for 40 from 9. If he gets a wicket, not only will they win the match, but they'll get another bonus point. So a couple of things in play here for the Happy Eagles. Very impressed with this young man tonight. Mentioned previously, a late addition to this team, replacing Ransford Beaton. Done an exceptional job. Has one more job to do though, perhaps the most important job of the night, to get this final wicket. He's off. Another single. They're doing it in singles circuitly.
That is smart cricket. 11 to get from 11 deliveries. Long as they don't try anything rash, keep getting the singles, and then if they do get a boundary, that change the complexion of the game. The pressure will be on the Guyana Happy Eagles. In this instance, Niall Smith. So good, smart cricket so far from Tyson and Demba.
Tyson has shaped up really nicely in the 8 deliveries that he's faced so far. Good positioning, full face of the bat. Doesn't look like an out-and-out number 11 batter. 10 from 8, partnership 20 from 16. Having a conversation with each other, just perhaps to ease the nerves and to calm the anxiousness that is bound to be around, floating around. 10 from 10. Pressure on both sides. Fielders in the inner circle now quite tight because they realize it's a drop and run sort of scenario. Comfortable as you like. Single figures now, 9 from 9.
Niall Smith, he himself has bowled very well throughout, but this is his final over, and there's more pressure on him now than the previous 9 overs. The last thing he would have wanted is to give up a boundary. So he's got to focus on getting it right, doing a bit of stretching, probably cramping a little bit. Pressure is building on Niall Smith and of course both Tyson and Demba.
Yeah, one of the things that we have to look out for is, because of that wet delivery, any sort of misdirection from the fast bowler. just like that. We saw a couple of that in the last over from Ali Mohammed, and I think that the umpires will check once again. Now you can see he's struggling as well with the cramps. But this is something that you can ill afford. If it is an illegal delivery, it results in an extra run, but more than that, it's a free hit. Let's have a closer look though from square on. How high is it? Yeah, that looks high. That really does look high. And I think that will be a no ball. A costly one, perhaps. Will they be able to capitalize on this opportunity? I was just mentioning it secretly. The wet ball can bring about these types of mistakes.
How costly will this be for the Guyana Harpy Eagles? Already a run from the no ball and now a free hit. How costly will this be?
Yeah, and umpire Jacqueline Williams just reminding the fielding team that they can't change the field. It's the same batter on strike. Tyson has a Christmas gift to unwrap. Will he unwrap it? Slower delivery, but it's a wide. So it's another additional run, and the free hit rolls over. So if he was flummoxed with the slower delivery, well, now he has another chance, Tyson, to make good with this gift.
More pressure on Niall Smith. What is he going to do this time? 7 runs needed. 9 balls to go. And look at the dugout. They're looking a bit excited. What's going to happen now?
Well, he makes connection. It's another high-pitched delivery. I don't think that one was too high, though. They'll get another run. So that means 6 from 8 required. I don't think he can continue secretly. He's struggling.
Struggling badly. Seem to be cramps. More like a hamstring. He's stretching. He's bending over. Walking very gingerly. But was that a no ball again? Was it high enough? No, I think that's safe. I think that's safe this time. But he's really struggling, Niall Smith. Hamstring, his calf, he's really struggling.
I think that was close, you know. I think that high-pitched delivery was marginal. Batter was on his toes as well. I think it's deemed to be legitimate, and so it will be 6 required from 8. And Niall is really having a hard time off it. You can see that he's holding his hamstring, his left hamstring. And that's the foot that he lands on. Doesn't seem that he's able to continue. So someone will be called upon to complete this over. A couple deliveries remaining. And it's a critical time, 6 from 8. Really exciting finish to this one.
Who is going to bowl this remaining 2 overs in this over? 2 deliveries in this 49th over. Looks like Kevlon Anderson is tasked with the job of completing these 2 deliveries. Hasn't bowled a ball.
Yeah, third and fine leg in the circle, so his fielders in the deep, all of them in front of the wicket. Yeah, gets a single, another bit of a fumble. It's been that type of night. Ashwin Ned, the guilty party this time around for the Harpy Eagles in the field. Quite a bit of misfields, a couple drop catches as well. Tyson was already 3/4 way down the pitch. Gets the single. 5 needed, just 5. one shot away perhaps from recording a victory. Single for Tyson, and he retains the strike. 4 from the final. 271 for 9. It's a conference out in the middle. Tevin Imlach has convened a team meeting. They're all discussing what's next. It's the final over. Who is going to take responsibility? Is it Kimo Paul, who has 6 overs remaining, so he has lots of overs? Who will it be? Yeah, the captain batted well. His decision making in the main has been good, but someone has to take this responsibility. 1 wicket, this partnership of 26 has given a lot of hope and belief to this Windward Islands Volcanoes team. Remember, they've never beaten the Harpy Eagles at this venue, and it will be a historic chase. No team has managed to chase over 250 in List A cricket at this venue. But this is the stage in the game where all of the nerves come to the fore, and someone needs to keep their cool. Who will it be? Who's going to bowl this final over?
Looks like Ali Mohammed is trusted with this most important final over. He's got 4 runs to defend. Can he do it? Can Demba and Tyson, who's on strike, get over the line for the Windward Islands Volcanoes? What a game we've had here, young Badri. Who would have thought it would get down to this?
Yeah, absolutely. When they were 58 for 5, many people would have written them off and thought that the game was done and dusted, but not to be. Dylan Douglas with that 90, a masterful knock. Partnership with Sunil Ambrose, and then a couple others. They've gotten them to this stage, and it's their game now to lose. Just 4 required. Those 4 fielders in the inner circle quite tight, looking to cut the single. Final over, Ali Mohammed. They get the quick single, even though the fielder is tight. Good running. Tap and run secretly. And of course, folks looking on, there is a super over available in the event that this game is tied. 3 required from 5.
What a game we've had here. And it's been good, smart batting from both Tyson and Demba, who is on strike. He's 19 from 17. Who is going to take it? 3 to get.
2 is the call. Will they come back for 2? No. Just 1. Good decision. Keep your cool. They've done that really well throughout the course of this partnership. Now you can see nerves even in the dugout. Good batting though. Another fielder came into the circle prior to that delivery, and 5 fielders in, 2 needed from 4.
What an end to this game. 2 needed, 4 balls to go. Tyson is on strike. And quite a few of the Harpy Eagles players are converging. Captain Emlak not looking all that comfortable. Look at the dugout for the Harpy Eagles. Pressure. Pressure. What a way to go. 58-5, the Volcanoes earlier. Everyone thought it was over. Not to be. Now on the verge of winning this game.
And that's it. An eruption of emotions from the Windward Islands Volcanoes. They've created history. The first team to chase over 250 at this venue. And it's the first time that they've beaten the Guyana Happy Eagles here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. What a stunning turnaround from this team. Masterful chase. And in the end, they registered their first victory in the opening game. And if we cast our minds to last season, just one victory in all of the matches then. This time around, 1 from 1. What a remarkable performance from the Volcanoes.
Absolutely remarkable. Who would have thought from 58-5 to winning this game, chasing down 275, with still 3 deliveries left. Take a bow, the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Deserving winners. What a game we've had here. Everyone is excited. The handshakes. Despair for the Guyana Happy Eagles, but jubilation for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. What a game.
Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. And as you can see from the head-to-head, it's a contest that has been dominated by the Happy Eagles, but not tonight. And the smiles from Sunil Ambrose and all of his teammates says it all. A come-from-behind victory after being 58-5. They kept their faith, they kept their belief. Spare thought, though, for the Happy Eagles. And the way they played, the way they finished the innings, that partnership with Kimo Paul and the captain. But in the end, not good enough. That young man on screen, Dylan Douglas, the middle of screen, agonizingly short of what would have been a very well-earned maiden list day century. Fell for 90 via the run-out route. And wonderful start to this tournament here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Cliffhanger, real cliffhanger. Excitement to no end. Just recap then the batting effort of the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Solazano and Pascal fell quite early, so too Kavem Hodge. Ambrose and Discard put on a partnership. Discard struggled with some cramps along the way, got to a half century, but Dylan Douglas, 90 from 100 deliveries, kept the fight and kept them in the hunt. Unfortunate for him that he couldn't take them over the line, but John, Cyrus, Demba and Tyson, look at those contributions from the final 4 batters to carry them to 277 for 9 and register a historic win here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
Very good effort from Niall Smith. 3 wickets, kept them in the hunt. Unfortunately, had to go off for cramps. 2 wickets to Kevin Sinclair, 1 apiece for Paul, Pemal and Ali Mohammed. But it wasn't enough to stop the Windward Islands Volcanoes from winning this exciting encounter.
Summary then of the way things panned out today. The Happy Eagles won the toss earlier this afternoon, decided to bat first, got to 274 for 5. Imlak and Kimo Paul unbeaten, half centuries from them. Discard got a couple wickets, and Tyson on debut picked up 1, but he showed a lot of maturity with the bat to take them over the line. The Windward Islands Volcanoes 277 for 9, winning this one by 1 wicket. Historic win for the Volcanoes in the series opener earlier this month. We're here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy live for this Super 50 Cup 2024 matchup. The Jamaica Scorpions up against the home team, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. And as you can see there on screen, the rains have abated. The weather is set fair. The ground staff busy at work. We don't have an official start time just yet. Umpires are still making their inspections and looking around, doing their calculations, etc. But the prospects are much better for a match, and we are hoping that it would take not much longer before the players make their way out to the field. In the meantime, though, we'll take a short break, and on the other side, we'll have greater insight into what is up next. Yeah, welcome back everyone to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. The Jamaica Scorpions up against the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Torrential rainfall a little bit earlier and very inclement weather in South Trinidad have resulted in a delayed start. We're still trying to do some mop-up operations. You can see there an area of concern just behind the stumps. Players are still casual and relaxed at the moment. Not much activity in terms of getting warmed up and getting prepared for the match. Coaching staff and management staff keeping a close eye on proceedings. No doubt the umpires would be called into action doing their inspections, looking at areas that might be of concern for them. An important game in the context of the CJ United Super 50 Cup points table. The Red Force comfortably at top of the standings. The Jamaica Scorpions, though, in 4th position. And they'll want to ensure that at the end of the group stage, they are in the top 4, because the top 4 teams will advance to the semi-finals. The Pride and the Hurricanes the other two teams that occupy top 4 standings at the moment. I'm very happy that the rains have gone and it's looking nice and clear at the moment, but that area there will continue to monitor closely as Riyad Emirates is monitoring proceedings out there as well. In the meantime, we'll hear from a couple players who are involved in this contest. Joel Manning caught up with them a little while ago.
Thanks a lot for joining me, Yanic. You had a couple of days off now from the action. What have you been up to in the couple of off days that you've had?
Just just resting. I was thinking about preparing mentally for this game on today. We had practice yesterday. Just to fine tune some stuff for what we need to work on and to get better.
Yeah, you talked about preparing mentally. How hard is it, I guess, to really engage that mental aspect when it comes to the game of cricket?
Sometimes it's when you're playing for a while now, it becomes a little easier. But understanding the players, understanding who you're playing against, you have an idea who you're playing against, and how you want to go about, and the surface you play on, and how best you're going to adapt to those situations.
Yeah, obviously talk about surfaces, etc. Let's get into this year's tournament. 11 wickets at the moment for you. How would you say this year's tournament has gone for you?
So far it's been decent. I think I didn't play some cricket in a while. And this is my first tournament in some good months. And I've actually come back. I started back enjoying my cricket again. It's been fun.
Yeah, you talk about that break that you took. Coming out of that, what have you been aiming, I guess, to work on coming off the back of that?
Just for me to start back enjoying my cricket again, and play my best cricket again. It takes some time, but those games I played, those 4 games. I think 4 games. Yeah, 4 games to play so far. I think they've been fantastic so far, and I really enjoyed being back out there.
Yeah, you talk about being back. I actually want to take maybe even to the beginning of your career, so to speak. When do you think you play the game of cricket? What do you love most about this game?
I just love the competitive nature of the game. That brings out the best of me. The challenge. Cricket or sport is a live game. Life lessons. And I enjoy that. Even though I get a bat playing in this tournament, I enjoy batting a lot. But I actually enjoy batting and bowling. And there's the competitive nature in the sport.
Yeah, no, let's look now at your team setup in terms of the fact you have Narain there as a mentor now being involved. Yes, you've played games alongside him, but that mentorship aspect, how much have you enjoyed having him as a mentor in the camp this year?
It's very important to have guys like that in your team. Sometimes as players, you miss certain things, and those guys, break it down for you and make you understand it much better. So they ease your mental state when you go to play and make you understand situations a little more better.
Yeah, final question for you. How far are you looking ahead in terms of, at the moment, are you just focusing on this tournament, or you have your mindset, getting back into West Indies colours?
No, the thing for me, every time I set myself, to enjoy cricket and play cricket, and let the results and my performance speak for itself. I don't think so far ahead. I live in the present, and I live, obviously you always want to represent West Indies, you always want to play for West Indies, but I don't think so far. I just think about, where I'm doing right about now, where my game is at, and how best I can help my team in any situation.
Thanks a lot for your time, Yanic.
You're welcome, man.
Thanks a lot for joining me, Amir. Let's start on the fact that you now have 100 under your name. How good did it feel to get past that landmark finally?
Yeah, definitely. It's an amazing feeling. Obviously, having that monkey off my back now is really good. It's something I've always played on my mind mentally. So to get past that hurdle, it's an amazing feeling. I'm grateful for it.
Now, we have you getting past that hurdle. Let's take you to it. You fell just short of that hurdle this year as well, that 96. Talk me through the emotions of having to walk off knowing that it was almost in your hand.
Yeah, funny enough, in the 4-day season as well, I made 93 before scoring my double centuries. So there's a bit of deja vu. Obviously, I know in the back of my mind, though, in the tournament, I was batting really well. So I know a big score was around the corner again. So all about starting over my processes. And that's what I did in the game against Guyana, and thankfully I got the 100.
Yeah, no, let's take you back to the beginning of this year's tournament. Were the targets that you set for yourself, what, I guess, was your thinking coming into this season?
I had actually had a few conversations with Suna, Ryan, talking about goal setting and stuff like that. I wanted 350 runs, and he said, no, go for 450. And right now I'm leading towards that goal, and I'm right there.
Yeah, so in terms of pushing yourself, because you mentioned the fact that you put yourself at around 350, he asked you to go to 450. Would you say that has been a challenge for you, I guess, to push even further beyond what you think you're comfortable with?
Yeah, it is a challenge, but at the end of the day, I think something that changed with me, and it took me throughout my career so far, is setting my standards a bit higher for myself now, going on to the next level. I really want to play for West Indies. I don't really want to be stuck at a first-class level alone. So, yeah, it's all about having those standards really high, and that's what I'm doing throughout all these tournaments now.
You talk about obviously looking towards getting to that higher level, and you spent some time, over the years playing both list A and first class. What do you think you need to do more to be able to break into that setup?
To be honest, it's all about working hard. I think my training ethics changed. Mentally, I've been working on my game as well as physically as well. So it's all about being at a good shape, in a good mental space and physical space as well. But having said that, it's all about putting the numbers on the board, and I think in this stage of my career, that's what I'm focusing on doing now.
All right, this next question comes from Darren Gangano. So you're upstairs chatting over the franchises that you've played for. You had a chance to play with CCC, you've played with Leewards. How much are you enjoying now playing with your home franchise?
It's been a while playing for them now, but I think the amazing thing about this system is that you get to spend time in different environments and different cultures and getting to know a lot of people. And I think playing for CCC and playing for the Leeward Islands, it really helped my game as well, being in those environments. But it's an amazing feeling representing your country, playing with my teammates, my really close friends as well. So it's a really good feeling, and it helps me mentally as well. So yeah, it's really good.
All right, my final question for you, I asked this to Yanic as well. Why do you play the game of cricket? What do you love most about it?
To be honest, it's that feelings. There's a lot of failures, but for example, scoring a double century in first class cricket this year and scoring my first list A century, those are the times we live for, and those are the memories that you want to make, and making your family proud and just being out on the field doing what you love for a living. It's an amazing feeling, exceptional.
Thanks a lot for your time, Jangoo.
Anytime.
Amir Jangoo having an exceptional tournament. The umpires are still out there just making sure everything is set for the resumption, or actually the start of this contest, the Red Force up against the Scorpions. And while we wait on further updates and details about today's match, let's reflect to the final last season when the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force came head-to-head with the Leeward Islands Hurricanes in the final.
We're all set then for the final. Hurricanes against Red Force. There can only be one winner. And we'll find out who it is very soon. Ball one, here we go. On the money straight away. Straight through him. Gabriel strikes and Powell goes.
And if ever there was a time to shine with ball in hand, now is the time for Shannon Gabriel. Struggled all tournament, but now he has an early wicket.
How about that for a response? Counter-attack from Graves. Boundary. The timing, immaculate from Carty. First boundary for him.
And he's gone. Few deliveries ago. No foot movement, just playing that shot outside of off stump. Not getting close enough to the delivery. And Terrence Hines again. He's in the wickets.
Edge dropped. That's an absolute sitter. Oh, that's close, surely. Finger goes up this time. The off spinner does for Terence Ward. Leeward Islands struggling here. Width and another drop. Tell you what, this has been a great start for Trinidad and Tobago bowlers, not the fielders. Akil Hossain. That's got to be out. It is. Disastrous start this by the Leeward Islands. Still on the Ryan's on song now. That's short, hit hard. One bounce for a welcome boundary for the Leeward Islands. Jamal Hamilton, not someone you want to bowl short to.
Oh yeah!
Clean them up, straight through, and nothing shot really from Kofi James. Celebrations from Kari Pierre. Another wicket falls for the Hurricanes, and they slide into further trouble.
There's the sweep just over. Bravo. He was in the right line, but it was just over his head. 91 for 5. Through the gap. Very nice extra cover drive. Second boundary for Walsh.
He didn't even attempt to run.
There's a long way across. That is big. Sails onto the grass mound, and it's another 50 for Jamar Hamilton. While he's there, the Leeward Islands have hope.
Has it carried? Hines certainly thinks so. The finger goes up. And again, full and wide works for Terrence Hines, who's picked up some important wickets in this tournament. Yeah, this is unfortunate. Just sensing some bad weather coming, so the ground staff rather be safe than sorry. You know, we've had to deal with this quite a few times today. The rain showers, and Colin is off. Finger goes up. That's the wicket. Narayan removes the captain. And straight after the rain break, the Red Force have success. It goes straight up. This should be taken. Narayan takes it. And a valiant effort from Graves to come back when injured. Unfortunately, doesn't make much difference.
Gotta feel it for him, but you have to love the fact that he walks out and make an effort for his team. Couldn't really put enough bat onto that one, just taking the edge.
Maiden over to finish what will be the final time we'll see Sunil Narayan in list day cricket with ball in hand. 3 for 17 in 9 overs. 1, 2, 4 for 8, and what a servant to Trinidad and Tobago cricket he has been. Illustrious career comes to an end in terms of with ball in hand. Just look at those numbers. Average below 20, 6 for 9, best figures. Hasn't quite got it. It's Pear again. And he takes it again. He is something else in the field, you know, Carey Pear, and that could be the most important wicket.
The celebration is out. And I love me some celebration from Terrence Hines. Wonderful catch. Carey Pear, you beauty.
It's well played from Thomas.
Up. Keeper.
Oh, confusion, big confusion. That is not good for a last wicket stand, and it really sums up the day for the Hurricanes. But a clinical performance by the Red Force to wrap up the Leeward Islands for just 135 runs. And do you think they'll start favourites in that second innings to win what would be a 14th Super 50 title?
Just like that, pulls that away very confidently and authoritatively. First boundary for the Silver and Red Force, and much to their enjoyment.
Short and wide, carved over gully. It's going to pitch and just get to the boundary. Josh De Silva. That's a big shot over the offside. He hasn't got all of it. It's going to plug. It's going to get even more wet, that ball. Otley picks up 2. How is that one? It is out. They have the breakthrough. Leeward Islands Hurricanes. Kofi James gives us the aeroplane. That's a fantastic strike. That's gone a long way. Almost into the crowd.
Speaking of boundaries, you only see this shot from a man in form. As easy as it looks.
That's the wicket. Just short, and it may have just held up in the surface. Hayden Walsh, first over, gets reward for Alzari Joseph and the Leewards. Straight away, What a shot from Nicholas Pooran. And what enjoyment for the fans to celebrate.
And it immediately paid dividends. It looks to be another boundary.
Yeah, gets to the boundary, beats the man, despairing dive. Clean up, what a delivery. He's not entirely sure, Darren Bravo. Just wants confirmation.
Yeah, he is ball down. Darren Bravo cannot believe it.
Huge shot, that's close, not close enough. Umpire Duguid isn't convinced. Nelson for 3 after 21. Clipped away. Strain in line on the pads of Jason Mohammed, and that's food and drink for him. Too easy. Over the top, deliberate, will challenge the boundary. He just dribbles into it now. Flicked away. That is vintage Nicholas Pooran. He's played this shot so often, uses the pace of Alzari Joseph, and they're on their feet.
Yeah, the shot he plays so often when he's in form, Nicholas Pooran. It's the first time we've seen it this season. But just look at that. He just helps it over the leg side boundary.
And again, all the way for 6. Nicholas Pooran is on fire. Alzari Joseph is being taken down. And just look at what it means to them. They're excited. She's enjoying it. And that's it. The exclamation mark on this contest. Another Nicholas Pooran 6. And the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they claim their 14th Super 50 title, winning this one quite handsomely by 7 wickets, claiming the top prize, $100,000 US. It has been domination from this team, unbeaten throughout the season, and not for the first time. The captain Darren Bravo registers his 6th Super 50 title, the most of any player, and it's the 4th title in 9 seasons for the Red Force. They have been in sublime form. Look at the smiles, celebrations all around. You must feel for Alzari Joseph and his men, though. They fought valiantly throughout the season. They've been one of the leading teams in terms of bonus points, in terms of their style of play, but just wasn't to be tonight. The most celebrated team in Super 50 cricket, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, defending champions, 13 titles for them. While we're still awaiting confirmation from the umpires and the match referee as to the start time and the number of overs, they're still deliberating, looking at a few areas of concern, as you can imagine, because of the torrential rainfalls earlier. But the prospects for a game is quite high, which is important, and hopefully in the not too distant future we'll have confirmations as to the playing conditions, the number of overs, and the start time. We'll take a short break and we'll be back on the other side. Welcome back to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy CG United Super 50 Cup 2024. It's the Jamaica Scorpions up against the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. The covers have been completely removed. The umpires have been inspecting the ground staff. They've been busy at work ensuring that preparations are well underway for a start in play. Torrential rainfalls earlier, a few areas of concern, but it's been that type of day here in Trinidad. Rainfall overnight into the morning and even around midday, it was still persisting. But the drainage here generally top notch. So we're quite confident that we'll have an eventual start. How many overs and the actual start time yet to be determined. The news from the umpires and the match referee as we look at the points table, which shows the Red Force with 48 points at the top, the Jamaica Scorpions in 4th position, and all teams will be looking to solidify or get up into the top 4 because those 4 teams will advance to the semi-finals. Yeah, news emanating from the umpires is that it will be a 4:20 p.m. local time inspection. So the next inspection, 4:20 p.m. and 6:15 is the latest start time, and that will be for 20 over a side affair. So we're not entirely sure where we'll be. I suppose at around 4:20 p.m. we'll get further information. In the meantime though, let's reflect on an earlier contest, the Barbados Pride versus the Jamaica Scorpions.
Greetings coming to you from the Brian Lara Cricket Academy in South Trinidad as we get set for the start of this very important encounter. Yet another fixture in this CG United Super 50 Cup 2024. It's Barbados Pride taking on the Jamaica Scorpions. Of course, a presentation for an uncapped player, Kadeem Allen, getting his first cap for Barbados Pride. Also Kevin Wickham will get his opportunity too as well. Assistant coach Ryan Hines making the presentation. A look at both sides. Significantly, Kyle Mayers for the first time leading Barbados Pride in list A cricket. So the start of what should be a successful career for him as a leader. There are some familiar names in that Barbados Pride team. Dominic Drakes, the all-rounder. Raymond Reefer, another senior all-rounder in this side. And they've got the youthfulness of Kevin Wickham, Kadeem Allen as well. For the Scorpions, the return of John Campbell, who did have one previous stint as captain for Jamaica Scorpions. That was back in 2016. but he will rely a lot on his senior partner, Jermaine Blackwood, in the batting department, and of course, quite a few spinners in that team. So a reminder, it was the Scorpions that won the toss earlier, did elect to bowl first. So Lanico Boucher will start at the top, alongside Kadeem Allen, big in stature.
It will be the spin of Javier Royal to start.
Oh, God!
It's a loud appeal early. Not out, says the umpire. Good start by Royal. Good start by the Scorpions. Quite outstandingly. He is off the mark with what could be a boundary. In fact, it is. So Lanico Boucher off the mark and still.
Yeah, just getting on top of the bounce on this occasion. Royal just going back off a length. Clipped away through mid-wicket, that's 4. Nice controlled aggression from Kadeem Allen. It wasn't reckless.
Yeah, we've come to know how good he is through the leg side, Kadeem Allen. He's also good down the ground, but it's because of the way he keeps his balance. Look at that there. He kept his balance, allowed the ball to come to him, and then whipped it through the onside for a boundary. His first boundary of the day, Allen.
Did he get hold of it? Did he get hold of it? Fielders converging and catch taken. Brilliant was the communication between the long on and deep wicket fielders. Very, very impressive to start by the Jamaicans. Carlos Brown on debut, making his mark.
Yeah, into the action immediately, Carlos Brown. He makes an impact, and this is an excellent catch because I thought for a second that there was going to be a mix-up between the two fielders. Jermaine Blackwood coming off the long on boundary, Brown coming off the deep mid-wicket boundary, but they communicated well, like you rightly said, and he made it look quite easy. Good catch. Kadeem Allen has to go for a fairly enterprising 11. Barbados lose their first at 16.
Looking stroke turns into a classical extra cover drive for 4.
Yeah, it looks good. It looked good, but the fielder perhaps should have done better at mid-off. Nice push.
Beautiful intent. That's quite impressive from Boucher. The advancement, making the ball a half volley, and then the execution of the stroke. Brilliant to watch.
Absolutely lovely. Exquisite drive through the offside again. This time no chance for Brian.
That's in the gap. Cut away nicely. The placement was supreme. Good boundary to end the over. 34 for 1.
Yeah, spoils the over, given a bit of room, and Boucher takes it gleefully into the boundary. Fourth boundary in fact for Boucher.
In there, just over the fielder. Good bit of work in the deep as well. Limits them to just 2. So that was some brilliance in the deep, and what a way to welcome Sir Kirtley Ambrose. Brilliant stuff in the field.
Thank you, young Badri. Certainly was brilliant stuff. And that's what bowlers like to see. Fielders are supporting them in every way. Another lovely day for cricket as well. Sun is out.
Pulled away, very expertly done all the way for 4, so very much in control. A boundary to end power play 1. 10 done, 41 for 1. Pleasant, really pleasant. Good timing and good placement. A fusion of the two brings him a boundary.
Was a little bit uppish.
Another inside edge, the second time in the over. Goes for 4, fortuitous boundary for McCaskey this time around.
Not where he intended it to go, but the scorebook will show 4. Doesn't matter how you get them.
Starts with a gentle full toss. Blackwood in pursuit, doesn't get there. And so it's a gift from Smith to start and duly dispatched.
And if the speedy Blackwell couldn't get it, I don't think anyone else on the Jamaica Scorpions team would have. A gentle loosener for Modine Smith.
Pick single, direct hit needed. That, in my mind, would have been gone for all money had he managed to hit direct. Not the case. Risky single.
Good looking shot from Boucher. Should have the legs to get into the boundary. He's really done well with the opportunity that he's been presented with at the top of the order, Nico Boucher.
And he really needs no invitation when the ball is so wide. He's allowed to free his arms. Hits it well to the right of the fielder at extra cover.
Brilliant from Boucher. Back-to-back boundaries for him. Really motoring along now. This time, back of a length. And he's really punked on anything short today, Boucher. I said back-to-back boundaries, but in fact had a dot ball in between there. But he's really transferred the weight well, has Boucher. Starts wide and starts with a boundary. McCaskey won't miss out on that too often.
Yeah, 3 fielders on the leg side for Brad Barnes, and he starts short and wide. Easy pickings for Zachary McCaskey.
But straight into that one. Finds its way into the boundary as well. That also brings up the 100 for Barbados Pride.
Yeah, and a classy way to bring up the 100 for your team. Driven nicely along the ground by Zachary McCaskey. Pitch right up to the bat, and just look at the way he leans on it. Just a press between the fielder extra cover and mid-off.
That will be 50. Back with a bang is Boucher. He's going to enjoy that. And he's going to be hoping for a lot more here today.
Hello, DG Ganga. And the reverse sweep, is he going to go all the way? Yes, eventually does. Good effort, but not enough. And I have to agree, the Barbados Pride are really doing a good job at the moment. Started off a little bit slowly, lost an early wicket, the only wicket to fall, not of a lane, but since then, a partnership of 91 from 126 deliveries.
That's glorious. The ease at which he played that one on the up. He wasn't to the pitch of the ball. McCaskey just getting the hands going through and the balance. Perfect.
A little bit of an advancement down the track as well. That's the main reason why he got closer.
And we see the celebration That of the third half century in List A cricket for McCaskey. Nice stroke. Very good stroke. His awareness as to where the fielders are, that determination in getting a boundary early in the over, serving him very well.
A juicy half volley that time from Royal. Goes again. Is it going to go all the way? It certainly does. Maximum. That's 10 from 2 deliveries. Boucher is on a roll.
And he's got different plans. Of course, it shows the mindset of Yanic Boucher. And add 4 more. Nice looking stroke off the back foot.
The timing, the placement was superb.
That's in the air, that's in the air. Odin Smith completes the catch, so the breakthrough finally comes. Was it the pressure from the previous over? So the partnership is broken, and here is a little opportunity for Jamaica Scorpions.
Didn't get enough on it. Was more height than distance. Easy catch in the end for Odin Smith. And that's the breakthrough they were looking for. They finally got it. And the good innings of Zachary McCaskey has come to an end. He's gone for 63. The Barbados Pride, 150 for 2.
In the air, the fielder settles. Odin Smith completes the catch. So wickets in consecutive overs for the Scorpions, and a celebration from Javor Royal, sustaining some pressure, and eventually Yanic Boucher has to go.
Yeah, again, a spinner taking a wicket and breaking the partnership. So now the 2 set batters have been dismissed, both holding out to fielders on the boundary, both caught by Odin Smith. The period of play for the Jamaican Scorpions. Boucher has to go for a well played and a very dominant 73. Barbados 152 for 3.
Simple catch. You were just talking about his ability against spin, but guess what? It's the spin of Barnes who gets the wicket. So consecutive overs for Barnes, consecutive wickets, and all of a sudden 3 quick wickets. The spinners doing the damage.
And of course, he will only do all of that if he manages to bat long enough. He hasn't, and he's gone for 2. Kevin Wickham, it's Brad Barnes again with his off spin. Soft dismissal, you would think. Just close the bat face and lobbed an easy chance to the fielder at short mid wicket. Brad Barnes is excited. He has done the job for his side. Wickham has to walk back for 2 from 5 deliveries. Barbados losing a clutter of wickets, 155 for 4.
Yeah, this is what you can expect from Carl Mears. Short, and he's quickly onto that. Pull comfortably in front of square. Confidence oozing.
If you're going to bowl short to Carl Mears, it has to get very high. At that pace and at that height, he's always going to deposit it to the boundary.
And there, and in the gap, really nicely done. 2 fielders out in the deep, but he bisected them perfectly. 10 runs from that over, 171 for 4. And this time he gets the boundary. So he tried on a few occasions previously, but the timing and the placement perfect all along the carpet for Mears.
Yeah, another Odin Smith over, finishing with a boundary. This one hit through the offside.
Delicately played. Should bring him at least a couple. Gets him a boundary. And a bit of a fumble in the deep, much to the disdain of Odin Smith. And that's 13 runs in that over.
Oh, a good sound off of that one, and a good result as well. You're looking for runs in the final phase, and a reefer, he's getting them for them.
Short delivery from Mindley.
Finds the gap on the offside. Finds it well, does Mears. That brings up the 200 for Barbados Pride. Gets under it. Goes all the way as well. Good connection and good result for Mears.
That's the power of Kyle Mears, the skipper. Didn't hit it as sweetly as he was have liked, but he's such a powerful striker. Still went for 6.
Well, he goes into the surface and out of the park. Oh my goodness, wow. He's down and the ball is up.
Seemed to be having some issues with his legs, O.D. Smith. Kyle Mears, the skipper, took full advantage. There's something seemed to be wrong with O.D. Smith. He's down on the floor.
Oh, catches the cry. Will it be caught? Yes, it is. So life in the legs of Odin Smith produces a wicket here. And they get the skipper.
That's a big wicket. Can be very destructive, Kyle Mears, the skipper. And a bit of a revenge for Odin Smith. After being struck for 6, got some treatment. Kyle Mears didn't get a hold of it. Easy catch to Brown, a deep mid wicket. And Kyle Mears, the skipper, promising innings has come to an end. 41. There's 219 for 5.
Gift plays straight into the hands of deep backward square. It was there for the taking, but Smith couldn't quite get it over the boundary line. So a consolation wicket, you can say, for Mindley.
Yeah, slower delivery back of the arm. And he seemed to have picked it. He waited for it, but just could not hit it for enough to get that maximum. Javier Royal with a catch. Kemar Smith dismissed for just 3 runs. Barbados losing 2 quick wickets once again. Barbados Pride 224 for 6.
Opts for offside and doesn't get hold of it. So there is another wicket for Jamaica Scorpions. They've broken this partnership. Brian taking the catch. Mindley finding the right length. And Reefer can't get enough bat and power on this stroke.
Reefer will be disappointed with this innings. Strike rate of only 65. Has to go back for 26 from 40 deliveries. Barbados 241 for 7.
Ball him off the inside edge. There is Mindley again. Just swinging things in favor of Jamaica Scorpions with the ball.
Continue to target the stumps, Marquino Mindley, and it results in a 3rd wicket for him, 2nd in this over. Shamar Holder has beaten for pace off the inside edge and crashes into the off stump. Takes a walk back, 2 runs, strike rate of 100. Didn't waste any time, did he, Shamar Holder? Barbados Pride 243 for 8.
and he nails it. Jamel Warrican should get 4, and it is 4. So the innings ends on a high for Barbados Pride. They finish on 260 for 8. Yeah, the innings ebbed and flowed. The first power play produced a challenge with a little bit of preparation moisture. They only got to 41 for 1, and it was in that middle phase that the partnership between Boucher and McCaskey blossomed to produce 134 half centuries for Boucher and McCaskey. Calmeas, the captain, came in and played a fluent innings of 41, but they just couldn't really put on the acceleration in the last 10. From a bowling point of view, Dean Smith, he was very expensive. Picked up 1 wicket. Pick up the bowlers. That of Mindley, 3 for 43. Javert Royal was very good at the start and through the middle. He picked up 2. And Barnes also supporting with his 2 for 46.
Yeah, there is some swing, away swing for the left-handed Drakes. And meted and greeted with an aggressive stroke from John Campbell. Full, his eyes lit up, and he gave that everything.
He is that type of player, John Campbell. Can be very aggressive.
Aggression again from Campbell. So a couple boundaries already in the over, and the intent is clear. Capitalize on power play 1.
Overpitched delivery from Holder. And as I mentioned a few moments ago, that's the way John Campbell plays.
And again, this time through square leg. So a little bit short, pulling back his length, but John Campbell equal to the task.
He's got predominantly an offside feel, Holder.
Might be an inside edge. In fact, it isn't. Finger goes up. So some swing from Dominic Drakes, looking to bowl full to get that very swing, and gets the success. Early breakthrough for the Pride.
Full pitch delivery. Straight on the back foot. Good decision by the umpire. And Dominic Jake strikes and strikes early for the Barbados Pride. O'Dane McCarthy, brief stay has come to an end. He's gone for 1. The Scorpions, 19 for 1.
And what a stroke. This is just a glimpse into the talent of the young man. Very aesthetically pleasing.
Just a push. Hardly any back lift.
Showing his full range, his full repertoire. A full drill down the ground short and competently played. 11 from the over, very expensive. Chamara Holder, 27 from 2, 30 for 1. Yes! In the air, should be taken, is it? Warrican, it seems, just out of his grasp. And that is the reason why the off spinner was brought on. This time down the ground, straight to the fielder. He wanted to be dismissed, it appears, tried, and eventually he succeeded. Success in the first over for Smith.
And was easily caught at long off. That was a bad piece of cricket. Easy catch in the end by Kevin Wickham. Celebration for Smith. Despair for skipper Campbell. He's gone for 26. Jamaica Scorpions 41 for 2.
Clean them up. That's the bonus point. That's Dominic Drakes dominating here against the Jamaica Scorpions. It's 3 wickets in quick time, and the Pride are well in control.
That's Dominic Drakes' father. Kept a little bit low. Crashed into the off stump. Celebration for Dominic Drakes. Celebration for the Barbados Pride. And despair for Kirk McKenzie. He's gone for 12. Jamaica Scorpions in some trouble. 43 for 3.
Oh, clipped away. Just a bit too straight from Drakes, in fact, probably. Glorious. Oh, bat on that. Brings up the 50 as well. 53 for 3.
Yeah!
Oh, should be a simple chance. The wicket gone. The wicket of Brown. And Warwick strikes.
Yeah, this continues to be the problem for this Jamaica Scorpions team. They like to score quickly, but they never quite seem to adapt to situations. And there was absolutely no need for a shot like this from Brown on debut. And this is exactly the reason that Jamal Warwick was brought into the attack. Nowhere close enough to the pitch of that to clear the field that long off. Easy catch for Kemar Smith. Jamaica Scorpions in further trouble. 58 for 4.
He takes a risk, goes towards that mid-on position, collects a boundary to end the over. 66 for 4.
Streaky, very streaky. Has it got enough legs to go to the boundary? Yes, it has. 4 streaky runs for Jeremy Blackwood. First boundary in 39 deliveries.
If Blackwood just lured into the stroke, had to reach for it wide outside the off stump. Luckily, it wasn't a gully.
Nothing.
Runs. It's coming in quick time now, so another boundary. 10 already from the over. But on a serious note, it's the start of what should be an improvement in the way teams go about things. This is nasty. He was attempting the run out and got struck in the process. Raymond Reefer, he's down. This is so unfortunate. That's a lusty blow. You got hold of that one. Was a flighted delivery, and the execution was efficient.
Good strike by Barnes. Well flighted delivery from Wickham. Right in the slot. And Barnes made no mistake.
Huge shout, and that was close. He's given him. Umpire Nigel Duguid raises the finger. It looked good initially. There was some turn. We'll have a closer look at it, but it doesn't matter now.
Last ball of this over. Meant to flick that one, Brad Barnes. Missed it completely, perhaps clipping that leg stump. Adjudged LBW by Nigel Duguid. Second wicket for Kemar Smith today. Brad Barnes goes back.
There will be a delay. How significant? We'll have to wait to find out.
Now a total of 37 overs in this second innings, and the target 224 in virtue of the Dockworth Lewis Stern method. Sounded sweet, but little distance. Catch taken. Shamar Holder makes it look very simple, and there is another wicket for Barbados Pride, further tightening the screws in this contest.
Further cementing their position. Well in a winning position now, Barbados Pride. This time thanks to Jamal Warrican. Well tossed up, but not quite in the slot for Jermaine Blackwood to execute and hit that beyond the boundaries. Easily held on the long on boundary by Shamar Holder. Blackwood has to go back for a well played 40. Jamaica Scorpions 121 for 6.
Brings out the slug sweep. Udine Smith announces himself with a boundary.
Yeah, surprising move by Calmiers, because Odin Smith is going to look to power the ball in the V. He's not someone who's going to look to play the fancy sweep shots behind square on the leg side.
Sweep again. Straight to the fielder, and the catch is taken. So wicket stumbling. Jamaica Scorpions batting imploding, and Barbados Pride gets closer to what will be a first win this season.
First chance held by Zachary McCaskey. Remember, he put down 2 catches already in the game, but he's held that one quite easily. Romain Morris dismissed by Warrican, goes for 10. Jamaica 132 for 7.
That's possibly the first boundary and first 6 for Royal, showing his power and intent.
He loves to bat in these situations, does Royal. Long levers and using all of them to easily clear the boundary for a maximum, a much needed maximum at that.
Offside, and he's punished. That's a good-looking cricket shot. Very smart. Didn't try to use a lot of bottom hand. Royal. So 10 from the last 2 deliveries.
Getting shaped beautifully as well, Royal.
Leg side this time against the wind, and that's another 6. So 2 6s in the over and the 4, 17 already, and still 2 deliveries remaining. Pumped offside, that'll be 4. So a very, very expensive over. 22 runs coming from this. The 30th, it's 158 for 7.
Oh, thank you very much.
And he does that. Picks up a bonus point on the way. And again, he's been able to defuse this threat by Royal.
Left arm spinner to left arm spinner, and Jamal Warrican showing him just why he is the one in the international setup. Well, boy, Warrican, Royal giving himself room again, completely missed it. You miss, I hit, says Warrican. He gets a 4th for Barbados Pride. Royal goes for a destructive 19 from just 7 deliveries. Jamaica Scorpions 158 for 8.
That's 4 more. Nice straight strike down the ground. 4 to Brian, 4 from the over, 162 for 8.
That's power from Smith. We know that he can hit a long ball straight back over the bowler's head. He can be destructive.
Certainly wouldn't need a lot more than that to get over the line. 54 runs in 33 deliveries. Very, very gettable. But when you look at the wickets factor,
this could be taken straight to the fielder. Easily done. So a wicket for Naeem Young, not getting the elevation nor the distance. And that's 9 down now. Brian goes.
Not looking good for the Jamaica Scorpions. Straight into the safe hand of Alain at long on. Easy catch in the end. Gordon Rams gone for 4. The Scorpions 171 for 9.
That's a mammoth from Odin Smith. He's targeting straight back over the bowler's head. Another maximum for him. Required runs now under 50, 45 more.
Slow delivery from Holder. And that's another one. This time over mid-wicket. High, hard and long. Odin Smith's on fire.
That's gone. That's disappeared. That's out of here. And that is what Odin Smith can do. You miss your target and you can be dispatched.
Another mighty blow. A full toss.
Six again. Consecutive sixes to Odin Smith. And the pressure now being exerted on the Barbados Pride. We had a cliffhanger last night, and this one is shaping up to be no different. That's it. That's the end of the game. Dominic Drakes cleans up Odin Smith, and the losing streak for the Jamaica Scorpions continue. It's a successful start to their 2024 campaign, the Barbados Pride. But spare thought for Odin Smith, who tried his utmost best to get his team over the line.
Had the Pride on a little bit of pressure the last few overs, but eventually wasn't enough to get them over the line.
Yeah, the bowlers for the Barbados Pride. Jomel Workan, by virtue of picking up 4 wickets, gets his team a bonus point. 4 for 25, 3 wickets for 34 for Dominic Drakes, who was a standout bowler for the Barbados Pride. A wicket for Naeem Young, replacement player, and Smith as well, picking up a couple. Reflection then of this contest, the Pride being inserted, got to 260 for 8. Boucher and McCaskey, 134 run partnership, a couple half centuries for them were the main contributors. The Jamaica Scorpion, 199. Odin Smith got to 45, Blackwood 40, but not enough from the others. Workan with 4, Drakes with 3, and in the end, the Barbados Pride winning by 24 runs on the DLS.
Greetings and welcome back to the Brown Lara Cricket Academy, where the ground staff, they continue to work assiduously towards getting these conditions at the venue ready for action. Of course, the rain has abated. And just to remind you, there is an inspection planned at 4:20 p.m. local time, so the umpires will have a viewing and will make a decision. We remain very optimistic that we will have play in this encounter. Remember, it's the Scorpions taking on the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Scenes here as we go into twilight. But of course, we will take a break, but we'll continue to keep you updated. Brown Lara Cricket Academy continues to improve after the heavy rains early this morning and throughout the course of the day. The ground staff, they've done a brilliant job in taking the water off the covers. No covers on at the moment. There's a little bit of concern with a few areas that the umpires will inspect in a few minutes' time, and we'll make a determination as to when this fixture will start. The players are out, ambling around, anticipating play starting soon. And while we continue to wait for the start of this contest, we'll take you to some highlights of that match between the West Indies Academy and the Guyana Harpy Eagles.
This is where we are in the south of Trinidad, the Brown Lara Cricket Academy. Another Super 50 contest, this time between the Academy and the Eagles. Well, the teams for today, the 22 men that matter most out in the middle. Kelvin Pittman, the only change for the Academy. And Ramnath comes in for the Guyana Harpy Eagles, getting his first game of this year's contest. And he'll have Akeem Ogist to bowl at. He's spent some time in the Academy, one of the more senior men in this West Indies Academy setup. He's got a job to do. He's got to put some runs on the board at the start. Boy Tuckett has joined him there as well. He joined the Academy in what would have been the last first-class season. He's had some time with him as well. A lovely young lad. So it's going to be left-arm spin to get things going for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Beats that outside edge. I did say look for that first slip to come into play. Will be a very important fielder with Ashmead Ned bowling. You just get the feeling, oh, actually beat him on the inside. A bit of shape back into Tuckett. It brings about the first runs off the bat for the Academy. A lot of space in that leg side, shaping back in quite nicely. A bit too straight and pays the price for it. Was there bat on that one? No, confirmed no. By umpire right, 4 leg byes. Oh, this time it's off the bat. A lovely looking shot by Boeing Tuckett.
Yeah, how often do we see this overcompensation? Previous delivery was too straight. This time it's short and wide and slapped through the offside. First boundary for Academy.
Just over the reach of Pramal. Got a good jump in, but couldn't reel it in. 7 gone, 19 without loss.
Yeah, they almost let the Harpy Eagles in. And I just wonder if it was a mistimed jump by Veersamy Pramal. He seemed to be in the air a lot earlier than the ball got to him. But just 1 from that over.
And that's a really good shot. Really latched on to that one. 1 bounce into the boundary for 4. That's the first boundary in 40 balls. Good shot there by Boeing Tuckett.
Well, it seemed to be like he was sizing this one up for a long, long time. In his arc, and very well controlled, knowing that there aren't any fielders in front of square on the boundary. So a calculated strike. In the air, just out of the reach of the fielder. No dive put in. They come back for another. I think a better effort might have been needed there.
As a young player, you're expecting a better effort, Badri. Didn't really connect on the bat well.
So it's a multi-dimensional thing. This one is tucked away nicely by Tuckett. Gets to the boundary for 4.
Really good connection that time. It's all about timing for him on that shot. Really good connection from him. All timing. He stuck it. Tucked that one down to the square leg boundary. Good shot from Akeem. Off the back foot, punched. Challenging the boundary, but a really good stop. Looks like it. Good stop by Rampatat. Good work there. Never really give up. That's what you want from the youngsters.
Yeah, what you also want is another fielder who is close by to chase with him. So you want to chase in pairs. So younger players looking on, you see this chase, and if somebody was there with him, very good work, exceptional work.
Uppishly, and there is the first wicket for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. It's Niall Smith penetrating with a foolish delivery and inducing the false stroke.
Checking for no ball, which is customary. Easy catch for Kemo Paul. Carlton Bowen Tuckett is gone for 25. West East Academy 47 for 1.
Lofted offside, so great intent from Rivaldo Clark, and he gets 4.
He is that type of player. Very busy at the crease, not afraid to go on the attack. Well flighted delivery, got to the pitch of it.
That should be 4 more. Just over the fielder in that cover point region. He was in the 30-yard circle. And that's the second boundary of the over. 8 runs coming from it, 58 for 1. Slapped just wide of mid-on. That's a nice looking stroke to length delivery. A guy who's understanding conditions in quick time.
Like I said a few minutes ago, DG Ganga, he's that type of player. With Rivaldo Clark, he don't muck around. Very attacking. Lots of confidence. And that's one of the things I like about him.
To the fielder, did it carry? Some misjudgment from Sinclair. He hesitated initially and then took off towards the ball. That split second possibly costing Guyana Harpy Eagles the chance of another wicket.
Showed good sportsmanship as well. Immediately told the umpires that the ball hit the ground first.
Sounded really good. Heave to leg side, and it goes all the way. That's the first 6 of the innings, and not surprisingly coming off the bat of Rivaldo Clark.
That's Rivaldo Clark at his best. Very attacking. Not afraid to go for his shots, and that was a good blow. High and hard and long over mid-wicket. The biggest part of the boundary. Cleared it by some distance as well.
That's in the gap. That was picked up quite quickly from O'Geese, and he deposits that one over the boundary line. So a welcome 6 for him and for the academy.
First boundary in 49 deliveries.
Was that outside the line? It's inside, says the umpire, Chris Wright. Another wicket now for Guyana Harpy Eagles.
Terrible piece of misjudgment from Rivaldo Clark. probably thought the ball would have spun away from him. And the dreaded finger goes up. Rivaldo Clark's enterprising innings has come to an end. He's gone for 27. West Indies Academy 84 for 2.
Clean them up. Brilliant bowling from Junior Sinclair. And the captain, Teddy Bishop, just for 2 deliveries, a very brief stay. Success again for the Happy Eagles.
Yeah, his struggles continue. Teddy Bishop turned through the gate, hits the top of off stump. Perfect off spinner's delivery. Junior Sinclair is pumped. Bishop goes without scoring. Academy 85 for 3.
Off the mark. Brilliant stroke. Off target from Junior Sinclair and dispatched.
Yeah, and he's tall as well, Neymar Bolden. 2 full, 2 straight by Junior Sinclair. Yeah, swept away easily for a boundary.
Yeah, that's a nice start for the young man. Well picked up by Akim Ogis. He's been there for a long time. And now he's looking to capitalize on this start. So just using the angle of the delivery from Permall. And he knows that he needs to get it backward of square to get the boundary. So good timing, good placement, and a good result for the former West Indies under 19 captain. Is that an yes, it is. Opportunity taken. Just struck a magnificent boundary leg side with the conventional sweep. This time opting for the reverse. And all he manages to do is perhaps to glove it or some part of the bat to the slip fielder. And another wicket in quick time.
Yeah, he'll be perhaps asking himself, why didn't he go for the orthodox sweep again, the more conventional one, which just resulted in a boundary. But good response from Veersamy Permaul. Gets Auguste a painful 28 from 54 deliveries. Auguste has to walk back. Academy now 95 for 4.
Well swept again, not for the first time. We've seen that from Bolden. Seems to be very competent at that particular stroke.
Yeah, Junior Sinclair on the other hand continuing to get this angle wrong. Bowling around the wicket to the left-handed Bolden.
Brilliant stroke from Bolden. So we've seen him with the sweep. And now we're seeing him through the offside. So good range from the young man.
Yeah, does seem quite comfortable against his spinners as well. But just too far from Permaul on that occasion. No fielder beyond the circle on that offside.
In the air, but in the gap. So Bolden in full control. 4 fours now for the young man, and he's raced away to 18.
Short and room given outside the off stump, but very good placement by Bolden once more. There is a fielder catching their cover point for that shot.
Yeah, just going a little bit too straight, Permaul, and we've seen this shot played with fluency and frequency from Bolden. It gets him another boundary. That's the 5th now for him. 25 from 24.
Yeah, 5 fielders on the leg side. So he is trying to target the stumps. Veersamy Permaul too straight on that occasion.
To the offside. Confidence oozing from Bolden. And another boundary. So he's dealing in 4, 6 of them. 1-1 for 4. sweep shot will result in another boundary. So that has been a very close to the boundary anyway. Yes, it dribbles there now. So the sweep shot for the two southpaws have been quite productive.
Not where he intended for it to go, Rambaran. Bit of a top edge.
There is another wicket. Junior Sinclair making no mistake this time around. And that's the end of the innings for Bolden.
Subtle celebration from Sinclair. Would usually see a flip, but they're so much in control now. Very easy. Straight back to Sinclair. No mistakes. Bolden is gone for 32. The score now is 134 for 5.
That's a firm strike. Very good shot by Joshua Bishop, and he makes a statement very early in his innings. That's straight. That's straight. And the dreaded finger goes up. So Junior Sinclair, again, with his accuracy and control, and he gets rid of Rambaran.
Going across the line, Rambaran. He's a batter that likes to sweep the ball, something that I've seen over the West Indies on the 19 tournament in St. Vincent. This time choosing the wrong delivery. Didn't hesitate, that dreaded finger. As DG mentioned, Rambaran is gone for 12. The score is 139 for 6. Not just have good skills, finding the edge this time, Sishan Matara. Challenging the boundary, and it's a 4. 4 runs to Sishan Matara. Opening his account to the boundary.
Yeah, before that stroke, you saw West Indies high performance head coach Amir Jangoo speaking to a young player. Teddy Bishop is captain. Quick single. And they get there in the end. There is a loud, confident appeal from the Harp Eagles players. And the review will take place.
It's like he's walking towards us, Ganga. And when batters are walking towards us, we know what's going to happen. Because our end is not really an end that makes you happy as a batter. And that's the reason why he's walking towards us. Sishan Matara, he's gone. Another wicket for Guyana. Out you go, Sishan Matara. Gone for 4. The score is 145 for 7.
Behind point, cut away nicely. That's 4 more.
Cut and cut well. Joshua Bishop. He's known as someone that can hit the ball.
Just as I mentioned a few moments ago, he is good like that, Yuan Lane. Got it high and hard over long off. And all Veerasamy Pomal could do is watch.
Yeah, really good connection from the young man. Over pitched from Junior Sinclair in the hitting arc and out of the park. Well, that is some start, inauspicious start from Ramnath. I wonder if they're thinking about the height of the delivery as well.
I was just about to say, I'm not sure they're going to give that, but they certainly did. A free hit.
And the free hit disappears as well. A seam-up delivery, it appears. So that's 11 runs from one ball. Lane showing his strength.
Good strike by Yohan Lane. Right in the slot. A flatter delivery. But no problems whatsoever from Lane. He's a tall man, got long levers. This time pass backward point into the boundary for 4. 15 runs so far from 2 legal deliveries. Pressure for Ram North.
Clean them up. So it's cost him 15 runs, but he's gotten the wicket, and there's a celebration to go with that. His first wicket in List A cricket, and a smile. So the despair, the frown turns around.
A little flatter this time. Yohan Lane going for another big shot, missed it completely. Took the leg stump. An enterprising knock has come to an end. Lane is gone for 26. West Indies Academy, 182 for 8. And he got another wicket. That's why he's back in the attack. What a thing. Keep quiet, Sir Kirtley.
What do you know about bowling? No one can believe that dismissal. Bishop is speechless. Even the bowler has a smile. They just want to have a check at the height of the delivery, but I think this is legal. This is an astonishing dismissal. No issues there with the legality of it from the front foot, but what about the height? A gentle full toss. Yeah, you got to leave, Joshua. I'm sorry. That should have been deposited for 6.
I will say no more. I don't know much about bowling anyway, so I'll leave that. Well done to Captain Imlak. Another wicket for the debutant Ram North. Joshua Bishop is gone for 15. West Indies Academy, 183 for 9.
Good bumper. Fortuitous boundary. Blade. Pretty sure if he wanted it to go there though, Manning.
Well, the back of Blade's bat doing the effective work on that occasion, looking to get out of the way. And they always say get that bat down. He left that bat hanging up, and it just takes the back of the bat. Well, this is gone into the air. Could be another for Ram North. A brilliant catch being taken by Ashmead Ned. Ram North ends the innings with 3. The Academy have been bowled out.
Outstanding. Outstanding from Ned. Really good catch. Good running catch. Good steady of concentration. Another wicket for Ram North. The leg spinner doing damage. Really good catch. Lovely. Loving it. Easy peasy. Lemon squeezy, Manning. Ram North picking up his 3rd wicket.
The end of Pittman, he goes for 7. 211 all out. Academy, and now the 4th time that they've been bowled out in this year's CG United Super 50 from the 5 matches that they've played. Runs at the top for Geese and Bowen Tuckett. They laid what was a platform for the Academy to have somewhat of a launch from. Didn't necessarily capitalize on it. Rivaldo Clark came and played a very enterprising innings, but then misjudged one from Primal. Runs as well for Bolden, getting to 32. And in the end, Yohan Lane with 26 is where the runs were shared for the Academy, bring them to that position of 200 all out.
Really good work here from Guyana Harpy Eagles. Looking at the bowling here, Sinclair picking up 3 for 40, really good, and Ramnat 3 for 24. Them doing this now put them in a position to pick up 2 points in bowling, 1 for bowling out the West Indies Academy, and another one for taking 4 wickets or more in the second power play, which is really good for them. Can they continue and win this game with flourish?
Well, the first half of this contest done and dusted. That target, 201 for the Harpy Eagles to get within 50 overs. That man on screen's got 100 already in this year's edition. Matthew Nandu had a lovely little conversation with him leading into the pre-match, and he talked about what he's hoping to do this season. In fact, that the 200 plus runs that he's scored so far, not enough for him to be happy. Well, we knew there would be a new partner for him at the top, given that Tejrine Shanapal was out, and it's confirmed now it will be Junior St. Clair at the top of the order. So a very interesting move to the top for St. Clair here. Jediah Blades picked up 10 wickets so far in the tournament. Starts with a little shape back into the right-hander. Gets away with it as well. And a boundary to open the innings for St. Clair and the Harpy Eagles.
A hint of movement back into the right-handed Junior St. Clair. Inside edge, missing the leg stump.
Pressure on, and it delivers a wicket for Blades. That's what they need if they're going to win this contest. That's wicket number 11 this season for him.
Pitched in line, looked to be a good decision. Jubilation for Blades. Junior St. Clair is going for 4. Guyana Harpy Eagles 4 for 1.
He's bowled him. Blades gets another. The plans for Harpy Eagles not working at the moment.
What a delivery from Blades. Kimo Paul had no answer. He's bewildered. Look at his face. Jubilation for the West Indies Academy. Clean him up. What a start for Blaze and the West Indies Academy. Look at the celebration. Means a lot to him. The spear for Kimo Paul is going for duck. Harpy Eagles in some trouble. 4 for 2.
Oh, this is looking good. This is looking dead. And one more to the young man Blades. He heads to the top of the table with 13 wickets.
What a start for Jediah Blades and the West Indies Academy. Look at the smiles on their faces. It's a dream start. They are making life extremely difficult for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Another full pitch delivery. Yorker length. Right on the toes of Tevin Inglock, the captain. And that was an easy decision for the umpire. This time, Chris Wright. Tevin Imlach, the skipper, is going for 1. The Harpy Eagles in dire straits, 8 for 3.
Oh, wow. Talk about a way to get off the mark on debut. Ramnath, is that you? Brings us to the end of 4, 17 for 3. Matthew Nandu cracks that one away. Well balanced, well executed.
Just a little bit too wide on that occasion from Blades, and Nandu cracked it away past backward point. He's in some good form. Already score 100. One of the rare bad deliveries from Blade. And Nandu cashed in. That was a good shot. Good timing, good placement. Look at the focus.
Oh, Matthew Nandu. He hit a couple sixes in that 100. This is his first of the night.
No, that's bad bowling. That is bad bowling this time on the part of Blades. Too short, easy pickings for Matthew Nandu.
Slow delivery, just tried to roll his fingers across the seam. Matthew Nandu didn't quite get hold of it, but sufficient bat to bring him 4. 35 for 3. Fiddles. And a feather for edge for Lane. So he flirted with danger previously. Now he pays the heavy price. That of his wicket.
Yeah, Lane showing that perhaps he did set him up because he just fiddled the ball before. You saw him just hang his hands out. Delivery before. This time, feathers and edge through to wicketkeeper Carolyn. Boeing took it. Yeah, first with Johan Lane today. Academy well in control. Harpy Eagles 35 for 4.
Slapped back past the bowler. That will be 4. So Kevlon Anderson responds after getting a short delivery and showing his value.
And it was exactly that, Darren. He wanted to respond and just keep the academy players quiet.
That's in the gap. That's 4 more. With little effort, Matthew Nandu secures another boundary.
Yeah, just a bit short from Joshua Bishop on this occasion. Played quite easily behind square with the turn.
But that's a good shot. And that's a splendid shot. Well played, well timed by Kevlon Anderson.
First boundary in some 36 deliveries. They weren't going anywhere. So they needed something like this just to break the shackles a little bit. In the air, should be taken, is taken. He picks out the fielder, Matthew Nandu. You just felt as if something was about to give in the last couple overs or so, and not getting the connection that he was looking for. Doesn't convert tonight, and Guyana have lost half their side for 77.
Not looking too good here for Guyana. Mutara picking up his first wicket in this game. Not enough connection from Nandu. Easy catch. Very easy for the fielder down there at backward square. Nandu goes. I don't know what celebration that is, Badger. I'm not sure. He needs to work on that. Matthew Nandu is gone for 34. The score is 77 for 5.
Work to be done by fine leg. Can't get it done. Bad line to close out the over. A boundary, 85 for 5.
Tugged, leg side. He practiced the stroke between balls, and now he's executed to perfection.
Smash, DG. It was a slower delivery. He picked it that time. Probably a little bit too close to Savory, and that was sweet. Savory sweets, he said.
Some pace there from Yon Lane. Ball bouncing over the wicketkeeper. Wide the signal, so 3 runs you can say for Guyana Harp Eagles, and they welcome it.
and that's his 50. Easy single down to long on. Brings up his 50 from 79 deliveries, appreciated by his teammates. Kevlon Anderson.
And that's the one. They didn't have to do anything. Anderson himself gifted his wicket after reaching the milestone. I was just talking about that. Much more is required. Don't settle for personal landmarks only. And the wicket falls, the partnership is broken.
Short delivery from Kelvin Pittman. Didn't bounce much and was hit to short mid wicket, straight in the safe hands of Rivaldo Clark. Wonderful fielder, even though he's known for his wicket-keeping skills. Anderson's gone for 50. Guyana Harpy Eagles 153 for 6. That looks close, yes! And the dreaded finger goes up. Another wicket from Matara. Jubilation. Look at the celebration. And his teammates are loving it.
This is disappointing, really disappointing from Versamy Purmall. This is not what your team needs in this situation. For all of the experience that he has, much more was expected of him. Good from Motara, though he picks up his second. An opportunity in the previous delivery. This time he does it all on his own, as plumb as you can get. Easy decision for the umpire. Really inexplicable from that man. 156 for 7. That was struck with some ferocity. A couple bounces for 4, so some aggression from Savory.
Over pitch delivery from Pittman. And was hammered over long on for 4. Was well struck.
Sounded good. Good muscle and power from Ali Mohammed. He's known as a big hitter in Guyana, and he's supporting the cause.
Yeah, all-rounder Ali Mohammed, 26-year-old. But many have spoken about his ability to hit a long ball. He shows just that, his first maximum of the night.
Straight to the fielder. So a little twist in the tail. Ali Mohammed trying to clear the fence, can only find Akeem Ogis in that mid-wicket region, and Blades with another, his fort.
Not the first time in this tournament we see a batter being outfoxed by a slower delivery. And also trying to take on that bigger boundary to the leg side, hitting against the wind. A good change up by Jadiah Blades. Gets his 4th of the night. Ali Mohammed has to walk back for 13. Perhaps an opening for her academy. 183 for 8.
An innings of real substance from Kemal Savory. Came in with his team under pressure in this run chase. And he's brought up a landmark, his 3rd half-century this season. Worked in the gap, and that's 4. So Ashmead Ned pounces on a full toss, times this one nicely into the gap, and he gets a boundary that makes the Guyana Harpy Eagle come 1 run away from a 2nd victory this season. And there is the win. After a little bit of a stutter, Guyana Harpy Eagles, they saw and they secure themselves a win by 2 wickets in this chase. Yet another team being successful chasing in day-night matches at the Brown Lara Cricket Academy. And more importantly, the Guyana Harpy Eagles keep their hopes of semi-final qualifications alive. Both teams, of course, exchanging pleasantries. As we reflect on this game, which was keenly contested between both teams, the Eagles, they were in trouble. 3 wickets for 8 runs. Nandu standing tall with 34, and then it was the low order half centuries from Anderson and Savory that really kept things in check. Eventually, the partnerships in the bottom half of this batting got them over the line and secured a win by 2 wickets.
Jadier Blaze was the man who really had the Harpy Eagles in trouble. Took 3 early wickets for just 8 runs. Then he came back and got a 4th, secured a bonus point for the academy. Johan Lane was good as well, 1 for 33. Mortara showed lots of control with the wet ball. He got 2, Pittman got 1.
So in dewy conditions, the Guyana Harpy Eagles, they prevailed. They showed that batting was much easier in the second half of this game, as is customary this season, with teams chasing. West Indies Academy showing a better effort with the bat, going past 200 in their first match at the Brown Lara Cricket Academy. And after securing 1 win before this contest, they wasn't able to add another. The Harpy Eagles, of course, showing that their experience could take them to a 2nd win this season, a 2nd win by 2 wickets.
Well, this is currently what's happening at the Brown Lara Cricket Academy. Work underway to ensure that at some stage, maybe the possibility of play a couple wet spots being inspected by the umpires. That outfield, of course, want to make sure that it's safe for the players to run through. We just hope that things get a little better there. That didn't look too good. So not the best pictures, but work underway. The good old super stopper has been working the last couple hours just to make sure that we get as much moisture off the ground as we can. To all the ground staff, we definitely want to say thank you, because they have been working hard from the time the rain stopped here at the Brown Lara Cricket Academy. 5:20 p.m. will be the next update, the next inspection here at this ground. So at 5:20 p.m. the umpires will make their way out and make an assessment of the conditions, and hopefully they deliver some good news for us and for you at home, because we know that you want to get some cricket underway. Those guys, a few of them have had their time out there in the sunshine and done quite well. They'll be hoping that their boys, who they're in charge of now, can have another go and get some momentum as we head towards the final 4 positions of this year's Super 50 Trinidad and Tobago Wet Force, currently sitting at the top of the standings. I wouldn't say they're comfortable, because they always talk about looking to improve from game to game, whether or not it's in terms of the fielding, looking for batters to convert from their starts. Just confirmation of where we stand. 48 points for the Red Force. What's also very important, you look at that bonus points column, collecting the most bonus points thus far of the tournament as well. So it speaks to the fact that they're doing something right across the games that they've played with both bat and ball. So maybe some of these teams can look at the Red Force and analyze what they're doing across the various phases of this year's competition. We take a break here and hopefully come back with something better. lot of blowing going on out there in the outfield. He's been hard at work for quite some time. That man on the left of screen, Sunil Lorraine, has been hard at work for many years under West Indies colours. And now here with the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Let's hear a bit more of his story.
It's not genuinely mental. I think it's just being able to give back as soon as possible. I think we don't have much senior guys, and knowing that I'm free, I thought it would be nice to give back and try to give some knowledge and some game awareness to the young guys who haven't been playing consistently. It has been going good. I think guys have been bouncing information off, and I think the little information I'm giving, they're taking it in and trying to get it onto the cricket field. I think it's definitely easy as a player. I think when you watch cricket, you have no control really. You can only ask guys to do certain things, and obviously it's up to them to try to execute it. So to me, it's easier playing. You have full control. You have the ability to do whatever you can do on the field, but off the field, the most you can do is give guidance. I think it's always important. I think to be able to play outside of West Indies cricket, you need to try to dominate or try to perform for West Indies and extension Trinidad. I think this is where you get the confidence. This is where you get the game time, and I think focusing on this helps you in the shorter format. So I think if you could concentrate on this, it gives you batting knowledge, bowling knowledge, different scenarios where it could benefit to you in the shorter format. My first time Super 50 year was in Guyana. I think that year they had where one guy could bowl 11 or 12 overs or something like that. And I think I was the one bowling. So I think that's probably why I remember it. I think we lost in the final to Jamaica. So my first time playing for Trinidad in 50 over cricket for me, I think was enjoyable and was a success for me. I think probably my last year, which was last year, I think the team, supporters, family, it was memorable, especially the last game, and actually going out there playing the last game for Trinidad in a final, winning the tournament, so at least you could leave on a high. I think the support from the players, support staff, I think everything that particular season was great. But I think just the way the guys went out and played, knowing the day I said it would have been my last, everyone was more or less thinking about trying to finish on a high, and everyone was at that level of thinking about, okay, let's try and let him go on winning a champion. I think this tournament, I would say Jangoo. Jangoo is one who kept asking questions, thinking, trying to how to break down the game, different scenarios, what do you do, what you come up with. I think just having a chat with him and seeing him trying to go out there and do what he's talking, I think that was my key aspect of it, in asking players what they want from this tournament, what are their goals and their mindset. So when they go there and deliver, at least you know it's not something that's happening just this season. It's something they have been thinking about, and they were trying to make it in a particular way where they set out their targets and try to make it. Just having a conversation with him, I think the way he's thinking, it's very good. I think Utley is someone who has been doing great for the last maybe 3-4 years. He's very close in carrying on. I think he has the right head on his shoulders. So another one is obviously Cariah, his work ethic, the way he goes about his business, the way he looks at cricket is not just like a normal cricketer. He's more like a senior person now, so he takes responsibility. me and Riyadh go back way even before playing for Trinidad. We played softball cricket together, and he represented Trinidad before me. And I think getting picked on the senior team, he more or less showed me how things are, how it is 4-day, 50 over, looked after me, making the team. And he's always someone who has cricket at heart. And I think maybe the easier part is him, maybe coming back guys will be a little more conscious about cricket, talk more cricket, and try to focus on their training and focus on things that they want to do on the field. They put it into perspective here. But I think he's someone who has given cricket a lot and is continuing doing that by being the coach of Trinidad. And I think he has the right mentality of a coach and trying to get the best out of coaches. To be honest, you would think it's an advantage playing at home, but we don't really play much club cricket in Lara and Niue. And obviously, the Queen's Park Oval is a ground where only Queen's Park play majority of the game. So it's not genuinely home advantage. Yes, the conditions, you're home, you could relax on your day off, so you could go home, spend time with family, or whatever the case is. But when it comes to the conditions, yes, we have played here regular, but during the cricketing season, we don't generally play much games here as a team. I think trying to be a champion team, you have to give credit to the other teams. Know that if they play good cricket, you could lose. I think once you allow yourself to come up with that way, you need to play good cricket to win a tournament. I think you never take any team or any game lightly. So I think being able to dig deep, knowing even self you might be playing a weaker team, to go there and still give that energy, still give that vibe like you're playing the top team in the tournament. I think that's one key thing you have to continue doing and be comfortable and have that mindset of whichever game you're playing, you have to play to your best ability. No, I think it's in good hands. I think we have some guys coming up. Even Jaden Seals we are missing, who is playing for West Indies. You have Joshua, who's playing test cricket, who is going to leave the team. And I think the guys that are coming in, we have so much changes that it just shows that Trinidad has the volume of good cricketers to be replacing. Terence Hine just make West Indies or gone off, and he'll probably join us back after that, hopefully for the semi-final and final. But in saying that, I think our team is good. We have good guys close on making it. So that sets something for us, that the guys that get picked, you have to give your all, perform to be able to hold your spot. Obviously, Guyana is always a powerhouse in 50 over cricket. They struggled this season, but there's a team that don't just sit back and they always keep fighting. And obviously, you have Barbados and Jamaica that are powerhouse as well. We still have to play those two teams, so hopefully we continue playing good cricket. And again, Leeward Islands is playing very good cricket. They have been playing like that probably last 3-4 years, and they're a team that you can't take lightly. So to be honest, it's when you reach in the top 4, I think you just have to play good cricket, because on the quality of the tournament, everyone is a good team. Jamaica, I think they came off a win, so they are pumped as well. We are playing good cricket, but I think the quality in our spin attack, I think that's where we'll have to try to make inroads, and I think that is the key factor of the game. So hopefully our spinners could show up and continue what they are doing, all three of them. And even the part-time, I wouldn't want to say part-timers because Jeddah has been doing good. Jason Muhammad has been picking up a lot of wickets for us. So I think when it comes to the spinning department, we are good. Andy is also getting in gear, and obviously we have Shannon coming in the team who with extra pace. So I think our bowling lineup has gotten stronger and stronger. So it's just to continue, and I think the main threat will be our spinners in that game.
few hours ago, we were meant to start this encounter here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Jamaica Scorpions were meant to be taking on Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. But as you can see in the middle, not much happening out there. We've pretty much talked all day. We've raked, we've attempted to dry up the surface. And we're hoping that at some stage, all of our efforts will count for something. Sunil Lorraine out there. Yeah, that looks more like volleyball rather than cricket. Not sure if he fancies himself as a volleyball player, Sunil Lorraine. Maybe as he heads into the latter stages, you can see what other sports he's able to pick up there. But yeah, it's just been that. A couple walks around, looks down at the surface, but not much has changed really and truly since we arrived here believe just about maybe about midday or so. For those ground staff have certainly worked hard. They deserve their rest tonight, I tell you that. They've done a lot. Don't forget, we still have more matches here as well. The match coming up tomorrow. There's Riyad Emirates. He knows this ground very well. I should probably ask him, you know, how soon we can get play. In the meantime, though, let's head back to when we actually had action. Leeward Islands taking on Trinidad and Tobago.
Castled. We've been talking about him and his ability to penetrate opposition batters. Well, here is evidence of it.
Full pitch delivery, missed it completely. And the sound of timber in the background is always a dreaded sound, DG Ganga.
Heard it often enough. Otley goes for one, it's 1 for 1. Punched brilliantly through that point region. The form from Tian Webster continues to show. Nicely worked through the onside. He should get 4. Neatly played by Jangoo. Just over the top. Quite intentional from Tian Webster.
There he goes again, over pitch, and this time right up mid on, 4 more.
Upish, but in the gap. That's 4 more. Just enough bat or possibly glove on that occasion. That's in the gap. Terrific stroke once more from Webster. Two is the call. And he gets 4 instead, so the dive came out quite late from Durham. What can the Hurricanes do to get wickets in this situation as we see another 4 being conceded?
Just a quick single from Webster. And that's his 50. Another 50 for Webster. We saw it here a couple of days ago. He's in form, as the legend said earlier, and you want him to continue.
Fumble in the field allows for the century partnership between Jangoo and Webster.
And we saw in the one-day international a half century now for Amir Jangoo, his 7th list day 50.
Clean him up. We just spoke about it a few seconds ago, young Badri. And the lapse in concentration, the downfall of the informed Webster.
The previous delivery tried to heave it across the leg side. This one was a defensive prod inside the line of the ball and just clipping the outside portion of the off stump. Rakeem Cornwall is never far away from the wickets. Webster, though, consecutive half centuries for him. He goes for 60, 113 for 2.
That's a beautiful stroke. Flew extra cover. Jason Mohammed. Down the leg side, swept away by Mohammed. 4 more.
Lofted drive, goes all the way for 6, so the confidence growing from Amir Jangoo. Pulled fiercely leg side. That's commanding from Jangoo. A short again, but away from the fielder in that mid-wicket region. Justin Graves didn't have a catching opportunity. That's 4 more. Real gift from Durham. Nicely cut away by Mohammed.
What a shot. Short again. In the air. There is some protection out there. Another boundary though, so he finds the gap.
Speaking about work, Durham, he has been listening to me, I guess, and he has picked up his first wicket into this game.
Nervous 90s. Just a chip back, very, very soft dismissal. And you can see the heartbreak in the background and jubilation from Durham. Nervous 90s in full effect. Jangoo goes 4 short of what would have been a maiden list 100. Not to be, not today anyway. 206 for 3. You can hear Mohammed saying push, push, push. If they want to, and they get to another milestone for Jason Mohammed, his 23rd list A half century. This is in the gap, and it will be 4.
Catch it!
With a full toss, and he will pick up a wicket. So miscued shot from Jet Gully.
Full toss from Kofi James. Didn't get a hold of it and was easily taken at extra cover by Chesney Hughes. The dangerous goalie's gone for 20.
Leg side, and struck firmly enough to fly for 6. Full toss again. He was searching for that Yorker, and the catch is completed. So a full toss brings another wicket for the Hurricanes.
Full toss from Jeremiah Louis. Hines couldn't get the distance, and an easy catch in the end to Kofi James at long off.
So Hines departs for 8. It's 249 for 5. Whacked away. That's a mean strike from Joshua James.
Got it this time, all the way for 6.
And 6 more. Picked up sweetly and deposited. Slapped, and it should be taken. Simple catch presented.
Shortish delivery. Couldn't get the distance. Joshua James being comfortably caught by Henry, the substitute fielder. He's gone for 16. The Red Force 286 for 6.
That's struck to point, and that's a boundary. So a very good end to Trinidad and Tobago Red Force innings. They finish on 291 for 6, and a near perfect batting effort collectively from the defending champions. Powerful through that extra cover region. Gets the gap, and the timing is immaculate. Will receive 4-2. That's a high-class stroke to end the 5th, 20 without loss. as classical as you can get.
Will challenge the boundary again. Consecutive fours. Timing to perfection. The sound of the bat was mellifluous. Will challenge the boundary again. Consecutive fours. In the air, but in the gap, Joshua James in pursuit, but he will be second in that race.
And that's a really good shot over the mid-wicket boundary and one bounce for 4.
Power. That is dominance from Justin Graves. That is class. Pure class from Mikael Louis. He is a front foot player. Yeah, in the air, that would be another boundary. Expensive start.
Again, short, pulling just in front of square, and this will go for 4.
Make that 85. He seems to like that particular shot, Joshua James.
.50 for Justin Graves. He's in the best form of his life.
Second listed 50 for Mikael Louis. He's supported his partner very well. He's played with maturity and control. That sounded really good. Enough muscle and power that brings the first 6 of the innings for the Hurricanes. Yeah! Is that a stumping? Clearly he was lured, Mikael Louis, from that delivery outside the off-stump. A little more flight.
Good flight, a bit of turn. Yes, that looks to be gone. Good work by the Silver, the wicketkeeper, and the skipper. Momentum taking Louis forward. Short of his gun, he's gone.
And that decision confirms that it's the first wicket for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. He departs for a half century, 57 exactly, 124 for 1.
Takes on Jason Mohammed. There is a fielder in the deep, but all he can do is watch it sail over his head.
Catch it. Lofted straight back past the bowler in the gap.
And this is in the air and well taken. It seems to be Jid Gully in the deep.
Looks like he's done some damage to his finger as well. It was a good catch. Quite comfortably in the end, but he's grimacing. Probably just clipped that finger. And the promising innings has come to an end. Chester Hughes is gone for 33. The Leeward Islands Hurricanes 184 for 2.
This should be at least a couple. Will challenge the boundary. Good batting. In fact, it goes for 4 for Gore. Smashed through the offside. Not a fielder moves. 3 in 3. And that is history. A remarkable feat for Justin Graves. It's been a brilliant streak from this young man, and he's just continuing to show his class and his dominion in Super 50 2024. Has protection down there. but can't get around.
That's a good shot. Up and over.
And again, this time he bisects the two fielders leg side. What a stroke. That is absolute class.
Pulled him. So wicket comes. That of Karima Gore.
Full and straight. Maybe some tail back into the right-handed batter from Terrence Hines. But you have to think that Karima Gore has done his job. Gone, dismissed for 19, but he's left his team in the ascendancy.
That sounded really good. That's 6 more. Confidence from Hamilton. I did say it's a learning experience. You expect that they'll get better. 150 comes up for Justin Graves. New standard for him. He just continues to motor on. Putting everything into that swing, and he gets a boundary. So Jamal Hamilton is in a no-nonsense mood. And there it is. A record-breaking run chase by the Hurricanes. They become a team that has achieved the 4th highest successful run chase in Super 50 history. Add to the highest successful run chase in Super 50 at this venue, at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
First defeat for the Red Force in 2 seasons. A few moments ago, the umpires were out in the middle just doing another inspection. We've had a few of these throughout the course of the day. Players looking on, everyone just patiently waiting the confirmations from the umpires. And these guys have done a tremendous job in trying to get the conditions right for play. But the news coming in though is that this game has been abandoned. Captains, once you see that there, the shake of the hand, just to confirm the decision. And this one, therefore, has been called off. Quite unfortunate that we didn't have any sort of play today, and it's due to a wet outfield. So a share of the spoils for the Red Force and the Jamaica Scorpions. An abandoned match means 3 points each for these two teams who are already in the top 4. Joshua Da Silva, the captain of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, just signaling to his players that the decision has been made. Heavy rainfall here in south of Trinidad today. There were flooding in different parts of the country. And there's your confirmation, folks. The Scorpions versus the Red Force. Match abandoned. Yeah, so the torrential rainfalls have rendered the outfield too soggy, too wet. And I suppose in more of safety than anything else, the umpires have deemed it is unsuitable for play. We have other matches coming up this week, thick and fast, another one tomorrow, and then one a couple days after. So that's the unfortunate situation here today at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Kesrick Williams alongside me. Kesrick, it's been that type of day, heavy rainfall, The ground staff, they've tried their best to get some play, but in the end, it wasn't possible. These 3 points for both teams. Which of these two teams would be the happier, given the situation, Kesrick? Kesrick Williams will answer that question shortly, but again, creditable effort from the hard-working ground staff. Yeah, Kesrick, in terms of those 3 points, Red Force in position 1, Jamaica Scorpions in position 4. Who would be the happier of the two teams?
So I want to say good afternoon to the viewers out there. Sad day. Pretty sure that a lot of viewers want to watch a game like this. Both teams are in the top 4. So definitely what I like, before I answer your question, but is the fact that just last year, Guyana finished at the, not Guyana, Jamaica, sorry, finished at the bottom. Captain this year, a few different players, obviously, because a lot of the players are not available. But the players came in and they stepped up to the task and show what they're capable of. So something good for Jamaica. But definitely at this point in time, both teams would be happy. The fact that they're still in the top 4, good chances of getting into the playoff. Obviously, Jamaica, they would definitely be happy because it put them in a better stead in terms of getting into the playoff.
Yeah, much improved showing this year from the Scorpions. As you rightly mentioned, last season was a forgettable one for them. And I suppose for all the teams, Kesrick, the first port of call will be trying to get into the top 4, into semi-final contention. And then once you're there, anything can happen. As we reflect on the points table after this abandoned match, the Scorpions, they've leapfrogged the Hurricanes and they've moved now into 3rd position. So those 3 points very valuable to them. The Red Force further solidified their spot at the top of the table. A couple of games remaining for a few of the teams, one for a couple of them as well. So we're at that stage of the tournament where it's quite crucial, all of these points. Remember, the top 4 teams will advance to the semi-finals. Coming up tomorrow, right here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, 12:45 p.m. local time. It's the CCC up against the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Another crucial clash. Hopefully the weather is much kinder tomorrow and we can have a full uninterrupted contest. A lot of hard work, but in the end, proven to be in vain. We'd still like to thank you, though, for the pleasure of your company, and we look forward to more of the same tomorrow. That's all we have from the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Goodbye for now.